starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and your kin. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate and of the House of Representatives. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan. The United States was at peace with that nation, and the socialization of Japan was still in conversation with its government and its emperor, looking toward the maintenance of peace in the Pacific. Indeed, 1 hour after Japanese air squadrons had commenced bombing in the United States island of Oahu, the Japanese ambassador to the United States and his colleague delivered to our Secretary of State a formal reply to a recent American message. And while this reply stated that it seemed useless to continue the existing diplomatic negotiations, it contained no threat or hint of war or of armed attack. It will be recorded that the distance of Hawaii from Japan makes it obvious that the attack was deliberately planned many days or even weeks ago. During the intervening time, the Japanese government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace. The attack yesterday on the Hawaiian Islands has caused severe damage to American naval and military forces. I regret to tell you that very many Americans' lives have been lost. In addition, American ships have been reported torpedoed in the high seas between San Francisco and Honolulu. Yesterday, the Japanese government also launched an attack against Malaysia. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Hong Kong. Last night, Japanese forces attacked Guam. Last night, Japanese forces attacked the Philippine Islands. Last night, the Japanese attacked Wake Island. And this morning, the Japanese attacked Midway Island. Japan has therefore undertaken a surprise offensive extending throughout the Pacific area. The facts of yesterday and today speak for themselves. The people of the United States have already formed their opinions and well understand the implications to the very life and safety of our nation. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, I have directed that all measures be taken for defense, but always will our whole nation remember the character of the onslaught against us. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people, in their righteous might, will win through to absolute victory. I believe that I interpret the will of the Congress and of the people when I assert that we will not only defend ourselves to the uttermost, but will make it very certain that this form of treachery shall never again endanger us. Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. With confidence in our armed forces and the unbounded determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph. So help us God. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Well done, Baron. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon in this case to each and every one of you who are here watching Pacific414 Pop Talk on Sunday, December 7th, 2025. 84 years have passed since that attack on the Hawaiian Islands and our naval ships. There are sailors still entombed on ships there in Hawaii, more specifically the USS Arizona. And every year they take time to remember those who lost their lives. You read stories from survivors of Pearl Harbor, which unfortunately there are no more living survivors of Pearl Harbor. But you read those stories and you can't even imagine for yourself the horror that they all felt on that beautiful Sunday back in 1941. The fact that there was a chaplain on board the USS Oklahoma who risked his life to help as many crewmen, many sailors, get off that ship at the cost of his own life. Many sacrifices were made that day and the following days after the attack. And unfortunately, the United States was thrust into war. Not to dismiss the fact that we had already been taking part in World War II. We had men and women over in England helping the Brits fight off Germany. But on this date, 84 years ago, the entire United States Armed Forces were thrust into war. And at this time, I would like to take a moment of silence for those who lost their lives 84 years ago, and also those who survived and are no longer here. Thank you. So, along with Baron Orman Tagge, I'm your host, Mike. Yes, we do have pop culture and entertainment news that we are going to discuss, but I felt, and I strongly believe, that it is important to remember history like this so that we never forget the events of this day or the events of any other disastrous day against this country. That includes 9/11. And Baron, I'm appreciative of having you here because if it wasn't for the sacrifices made by those men and women, not just in 1941, but in every single war after, we wouldn't be here right now. Would you like to add anything?
Oh, I was just going to say is not only are those men were entombed in their ships when they went down, but many of their fellow crewmen and officers joined them after their passings and were basically buried alongside them and joined them in that watery grave, which was a saddened honor for them to be able to have. So, unfortunately, more bodies joined as time went along and ravaged through our human beings' existence. And as they passed, those that wanted to join their brothers. And when you talk about a band of brothers or whatnot, this is what it is. You're bound together, and you view yourselves as a family. And when something like this hits, it stays with you forever.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's just about all. I mean, with the attacks that are being made against the police, going against ICE, going against the National Guard or other military, that we see this resurgence of the 60s hippie spit in their face, call them baby killers, and basically they're doing the same thing now, except instead of the spitting, it's rocks and bricks and even shooting. It's just, we have to remember, you take a look at this, that these are human beings and they're doing unpleasant jobs. Being in the military is not necessarily the most pleasant experience in mankind. I'm not saying it's the worst thing, but the regiment, the drilling, you're constantly there. Once you're an officer, even if you're retired, you're still on call. You take those factors in there, and anyone who goes into the service, or even law enforcement, or other first responders out there, are even those who are trying to protect our country from an illegal immigration, and I will say that should be respected, not spat upon or have anything thrown at them and cussed at. Is vile, and it's we expect that from the enemies. Japan did worse. They threw bombs, bullets, and whatnot, and torpedoes at us, killing our people. It's horrible to see that happening now within our own boundaries. For shame on them. They probably will even spit at this. Don't think this is important, but this is.
It is important. I mean, for anyone that's gone to Pearl Harbor, that is something I would like to do. Is go to Pearl Harbor and pay my respects to those on the Arizona, because to this day there is still oil leaking from that attack 84 years ago.
Hard to believe.
And I'd like to consider that the tears of the sailors.
Exactly.
All those young men who never made it out, who are a constant reminder of what war is. And the fact that the United States was in peace talks with Japan, and let's face it, the country was blindsided when these attacks happened.
And it wasn't just Hawaii. I mean, there was the whole list down there: Midway, Hong Kong, the Philippines, Malaysia. I mean, it just wasn't it was other of our interests out there. And it's like, yeah, how could it wasn't just one island, even though it gets the most attention because it was the most horrific. But it was that sign that, okay, they wanting to pick a fight with us, time to grab our bat.
Mm-hmm. And we did. Luckily, we did have some ships out to sea that weren't attacked on this day.
Yeah, the newer classes. Most of the ships that were in the harbor were older ones. The Arizona being an old one as well, and but our newer ones were on maneuvers, I believe. And then when that happened, so military-wise, it wasn't quite as bad losing those ships. I don't mean to sound cold or whatever, but our top quality at that time, more top engineered state of the arts were not present, so that helped out a lot with the war effort.
It did, and the fact that they retrieved the guns from the Arizona and placed them on other ships as a way of saying, you're not getting away with this.
Yeah, it's like making the USS New York with sections, with some of the metal from the Twin Towers.
Mm-hmm. And yes, we love Japan now, but you gotta just imagine, because we weren't there, what it was like to be in this country the day of the attacks, and then hearing FDR's speech the day after. I mean, even in Back to the Future 3, that line that Doc says when he and Marty recovered the DeLorean from the mine, and Doc says, "No wonder this circuit failed. It says made in Japan." And then Marty says, "What do you mean, Doc? All the great stuff is made in Japan." Unbelievable. But again, like I said, when we had that watch party, 1955 was 10 years after the end of World War II. So there's still resentment, still hostility.
And still rebuilding of Japan. I mean, they weren't necessarily top tier on being able to do anything at that time. They're building up. But, it goes to the nature, at least humanity, in a good way. Even though we were in hostilities with Japan, and of course Italy, and of course Germany. Now look at things. Germany is an ally and is united again. Japan is an ally, and they just adore America. Many of them. They just don't necessarily want Americans over there because thank you, the Paul brothers, Jake or whatever Paul. And of course, again, same with Italy. It's like they switched sides during the war, but they were still our enemy at one time. And look how they're allied with us. It's just that wonderful miracle that, again, after we beat ourselves silly, that we've been able to maintain peace and become allies and friends here 84 years later. Doesn't mean that there weren't tensions between all of us at one time or another. That's what happens with everybody, including family. But if there was a good thing that came out of this, is our enemies are now our allies, and they are peaceful.
That they are, and we benefit from them, they benefit from us. And part of that benefit is trade. But of course, today's broadcast isn't going to be all about the events of December 7th of 1941, and we do have some articles that we are going to discuss this afternoon. And one of them is from Fandom Pulse. It's by Sam Gray, and it says influencers are killing games. Well, let's go ahead and get into that, Baron.
Okay, sure. I'm chill.
As am I.
Yeah, man.
I just like that music.
I do too.
It's got a good beat.
And
of course,
better than what I did. You did better than me.
Before we get into this article, I don't want to be rude. I do want to say hello to Mike, the Comic Relief Crusader. It's good to see you, brother. And I also want to say good morning to Pop Culture Mechanic.
That's it. We're renaming this show the Canadian Pop Talk Show. I know about the Canadian invasion. It's happening right now. Look at that. Look at those two.
That's all right. I don't mind our Canadian friends. And look who it is. Look who it is. Look who it is. Anonymous. Anonymous. How are you doing, Anonymous?
It's just as long as they don't send Trudeau down. That's all I have to ask. I mean, I know he's dating Katy Perry, but no, those two girls will get along just fine. Katy Perry kissed a girl and she liked it. It happened to be Trudeau.
Can't forget our Canadian allies during World War II. They were there on D-Day as well.
Yep. Jimmy Doon being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's
lost his finger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, while getting shot a couple other times too at that same, in the same incident, survived. That tenacious guy. Yeah, there's a lot of Canadians that stepped up and went. Of course, the Brits, the Free France, Vichy France. Yeah, it just, when they say it's a world war, it was a world war, the Great War Part 2.
It was, and when it comes to Great Britain, they were the ones fighting the longest against Hitler and the Yazis.
Mm-hmm.
But
all over Czechoslovakia.
Mm-hmm. This article by Sam Gray was posted on December 4th, and it says influencers are killing games. And it says,
I'm shocked.
As many Warhammer 40K fans are aware, Warhammer 40K Bolt Gun 2 is scheduled to release in 2026 for PlayStation 5, Windows, and Xbox Series XS.
Yeah.
Like its predecessor, Bolt Gun 2 will be another first-person shooter video game developed by Rock Digital and published by Big Fan Games, a label of Developer Digital. It says the appeal of the game is obvious. It is set in the Warhammer 40K universe and is a direct sequel to Warhammer 40K Bolt Gun. While it exists ostensibly as a reskinned boomer shooter, the game demonstrates how nostalgia and brand recognition function as legitimating myths in contemporary gaming. The game itself is buoyed by the Warhammer 40K license, which makes an otherwise unremarkable game stand out. Well, I take kind of umbrage with them calling it a boomer shooter. Yeah. We still have first-person shooters that are very much like Bolt Gun and Wolfenstein 3D and Doom.
I don't understand why they're calling it a boomer shooter, because this wasn't a boomer game. It was us Xers that grabbed on and glommed onto it. I mean, in a sense, Bolt Gun 2 is taking basically Space Marine and doing it in the Doom. And yeah, the universes actually connect.
Exactly.
I mean, Space Marine, Bolt Gun, they all connect in the same canonical history. And I'm sure Bolt Gun 2 will be. I just wish it wasn't just Ultramarines. But
I know you don't like your Ultramarines.
Smurfs. Yeah. But well, except for Titus. Titus is freaking cool. But the thing is I never understood that boomer shooter type of thing, because again, it was us Xers that, when we got our hands on Wolfenstein 3D, which started this first-person shooter craze and was just phenomenal for its day. And of course, then you had the Doom, Hexen, Dark Forces, everything until what we have today with these first-person shooters that we got. And yeah, I mean, this is just like, okay, I want to play Space Marine, but I want to feel a little nostalgic. That's what Bolt Gun is. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm seeing the comment from Pop Culture Mechanic. He says, first off, don't listen to influencers. Use your own mind to decide things. Exactly. I do. And, I also take recommendations like, playing Half-Life.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, Krita told us that it was free that day on Steam. So it's like, okay, fine, I'll download it. And
I missed it.
speaking of taking recommendations, with that recommendation of Half-Life being from Lady Mist, good morning, Lady Mist. I hope you're doing well.
Hi, Lady Mist.
And Comic Relief Crusader says, gotta get ready for the draw stream. Have fun, dudes. You too, brother. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I tell you what, transform and roll out.
That's right. He is an Autobot after all.
Phil and his towel. You can tell the quality of a man by what faction he chooses from in Warhammer 40k. You know, Tau is for weebs. Tau is for weebs.
Well, everybody has their factions, but it's good to see you, Phil. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving too.
Yeah, I hope you got nice and stuffed. Had enough turkey and gravy, cranberries, all the good stuff in life. I'm not a big cranberry fan, but you know, you have to throw that in there and whatnot. Hope you're doing well. Hope your health's doing well.
So the article says Bolt Gun 2, however, is worth our attention because the game promotes the introduction of a new playable character, a sister of battle, and the celebrity voice attached to her.
Sisters of Battle. Now we're talking. I always wanted a Sister of Battle first person shooter. Sorry.
That's all right. A lot of Pierce.
I need a cigarette now.
A lot of Pierce involvement in Bolt Gun 2 illustrates the way gaming culture increasingly relies on the symbolic capital of celebrity culture rather than the craft of game making itself. Pierce, who has previously been associated with God of War Ragnarok through minor contributions such as menu options and ancillary material, has often passed herself off as a writer and more recently as a voice actor. The significance of this has less to do with whatever quality she contributes, but in the way her presence functions in the industry. The industry hired her not because she demonstrated mastery of design or performance, but simply because she is an influencer.
So she's a writer. Oh, wow. Wonder what work she has.
I don't know. I don't even know who she is.
Never heard of the dingbat.
The connection deepens when we recall that the protagonist of the first Bolt Gun was voiced by Raul Coley. I hope I'm saying that right. Who was also personally connected to Pierce. This nepotism, and it reveals the circularity of recognition within games media. Apparently, that matters is not the quality of work, but the circulation of names within a closed economy of influence. I don't care who your voice actor is, if they're an influencer or not, if they're a big time actor or not. What I want is good game quality.
Amen.
And it says the myth at work here is that the proximity to celebrities confers authenticity and that the mere presence of recognizable figures guarantees value. The YouTuber Craftianist had much to say about it here. I'm not really interested in hearing what they have to say. I'm interested in reading more of this article and, developing my own opinion.
I mean, that's other people's opinion about it, but you're gathering information, but you still come to your own conclusion.
Yes, I'm least critical voice sonar and Dispatch, but that wasn't the reason I picked up the game Dispatch. I picked up the game Dispatch because I enjoyed the demo for the game.
Yeah. I mean, I still haven't watched the rest of your streams because I hope to get it and I want to play it. And I have been lucky not to have any spoilers.
It says the rise of Let's Play culture in the 2010s demonstrated how developers would incorporate references to popular streamers to harness their audiences. What began as incidental has now, many years later, evolved into something systemic. Sorry. Why did I say systematic? I don't know.
Systematic
Now
destruction.
studios are actively cherry picking and grooming influencers for brand recognition. The video game Dispatch illustrates this clearly. Yet, like I just said, I didn't pick it up because it had YouTube influencers on. I picked it up because I was liking the story that I was experiencing in the demo, and it wanted me to experience more. So it says, though celebrated as a creative risk, its casting of YouTubers and the entire, Critical Role ensemble reveals the same logic as BioWare or Obsidian before it. Random figures from the internet are folded into the credits, not because they are the best candidates, but because their names guarantee visibility. The rhetoric of risk and creativity is all just a lie. Publishers and developers alike know that parasocial attachments ensure an audience will accept the art as authentic. Whether or not Charlie White, Moist Critical, said children should be allowed to consent to genital mutilation, or Alana Pierce lied about writing for God of War Ragnarok, is all beside the point. Everyone on some level understands that these influencers are being used for entirely cynical purposes. Because there are people who will pick up a game because their favorite YouTuber or influencer is voicing a character in it. The deeper problem is that the current conditioning of audiences, consumers have become accustomed to treating influencers as product, and in turn to being treated as wallets. The parasocial economy thrives on this attachment that has eroded the capacity for critical thought. What matters is how the structure of the industry has come to depend on this cycle. Well, in my opinion, I think by relying on influencers as a way to get people to buy your game, you're just dooming yourself. Because how long will that last? Where you have this popular streamer voicing a character, and then eventually people lose interest in influencers voicing characters.
Okay. 2 words for you: Dr. Disrespect. Enough said.
Good point. Influencer culture in gaming has been well recognized as an extension of media corruption. Gamergate is proof in the pudding that in that regard. And unfortunately, not much has changed. In fact, the corruption has just intensified because the public either isn't aware or they simply don't care. I think it's more the latter. Moreover, very few influencers who are in the know will be reluctant to expose said corruption because they themselves thrive on it, and they risk being canceled if they bring too much attention to it. Well, they depend on it for their income, just like these gaming companies will depend on the influencers to gain more income. It goes hand in hand. Ultimately, however, it goes without saying that the category of game journalist has long been a misnomer. What passes as journalism is indistinguishable from marketing influencers who fancy themselves as journalists have been fully realized in promotional development. These are parasocial figures who will align themselves with any company that offers compensation, thereby collapsing the distinction between unbiased journalistic critique and straight up product marketing. I'm going to make a promise to everybody right now that I will never, ever cave in and bend the knee to a company just so they can get a proper review.
Oh, you mean you're not going to do that for my game Worm Digger when it comes out?
Nope.
Dang. Ah!
Even if it's a game I like, if there are things that I find that I don't like in the game, I'm going to mention them.
Mm-hmm.
It says, consider the case of Marty Plays, who notoriously described Fallout 4 as near perfect upon release. What? I plan on it.
I gotta mute myself.
But anyways, I'll go ahead and read that paragraph again. Consider the case of Marty Plays, who notoriously describes Fallout 4 as near perfect upon release. Was his role as a journalist to provide independent analysis or to reinforce the legitimacy of Bethesda's product? Marty Plays has become a fixture in the RPG commentary space with his presence algorithmically. There's a word that always twists my tongue. Produced across recommendations, like Alana Pierce, his work exemplifies the broader dynamic of celebrity privilege regardless of merit. That's all right, Baron. That's okay. Tourists are killing franchises. Developers collaborating with or even hiring fans is not a new phenomenon. For example, Dragon Age The Veilguard and its community council provides a particularly revealing example of how the rhetoric of fan participation functions as a legitimating facet. The council was composed of figures drawn from YouTube channels, commentary spaces, and fan communities. All individuals who were presented as representatives of the audience. They were given direct lines of communication with BioWare and played a role in shaping the game that was eventually released. Oh, so no wonder it was crap. I haven't even played it and I can tell it's crap. By placing fans in advisory positions, the company could claim that the game was responsive to its community and that it was participatory and democratic. Yet the underlying dynamic remained one of control because the terms of participation were still set by the company. No shit.
Definitely. I think I'm a little better now. I don't know why that got me, but it got me.
That's all right. We all have that moment where we hear something and it just hits us. It hits our funny bone.
I mean, it's a good game now, but it took a lot to get there. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Their names in the credits were designed to present the product as authentic, but it's not authentic. There is an ongoing parasitic logic of using celebrity influencers in contemporary gaming. Influencers will move from one project to another, attaching themselves to successive titles, not because of deep investment in the craft, but because their visibility makes them useful to developers. They're leeches.
Mm-hmm.
Just slap a franchise t-shirt on an e-celeb and somehow he or she represents the real fans. In reality, all they represent is the circulation of attention. Again, no shit. Their role is not to embody community, but to embody a shallow market logic that is killing these franchises by trying to make them appeal to mythical modern audience. You mean that audience that doesn't exist, that audience that won't watch your movie that you've released, even though it has this message, that message, and the other, and the same goes with a lot of modern television? You mean that audience?
Yeah. Exactly. The important audience. The naysayers, adding nabobs and negativity.
Yeah. Participation is commodified. Influencers are now the product. When the game is poorly received, many of these figures distance themselves, refusing accountability. This too is part of the cycle. They can claim authenticity when convenient and disavow responsibility when the product fails. Yeah, they want to distance themselves, like you said. I don't know why the game failed. It wasn't my fault. There's a very short drop from "this franchise means the world to me" to suddenly saying, "It's just a video game. Get over it." No,
Yeah.
no. I disagree with that latter part. It's just a video game. Get over
Mhm.
it. It's a product that you're selling, that you're hyping up, saying that it's supposed to be, the greatest experience you had in, a new franchise or an existing franchise. And when
Mhm.
it falls upon everybody involved with the making of that game.
Yeah, especially when the gamers are paying 60, 70, sometimes $100, which I think will become the norm here very soon.
Yeah. So no, we will not get over it when you hand us a poor product that is poorly optimized. The controls absolutely suck. The dialogue for the characters absolutely sucks. And even the voice acting. Oh no, Baron, we are in trouble. Assemble the team.
I am on my way. Team, let's go. Oh, hurry. That's how word it is. Hurry.
Yeah. And it's good to see Jet Sparks here. Jet Sparks is saying the modern audience meaning for progressives degenerates who literally just wants to pretend how righteous they are, and when they're literally disgusting. Well, they want to act like they're the founders of a franchise. I mean, watching the motion picture last night, Baron.
Mhm. Yes. A great experience. Great experience,
Yeah.
by the way.
That's an experience that I'm not ashamed to say anyone who's a fan of New Trek will not appreciate.
Mm-mm. And one that, when it first came out was, yeah, beautiful to see, but kind of ho hum because it wasn't a finished product, to finally seeing that finished product and then the improvement on that finished product. It great heightened, but the story was still there all through each version that you saw. Oh, I forgot the television cut too. So the 4 cuts that they had of Star Trek, the motion picture. But yeah, I mean, greatly improved. I'm not getting a cent from Paramount for saying this. In fact, they probably don't want me to say this because it jeopardizes the other garbage that they're putting out. It's turned into it's really gone up in my viewpoint. How good this film is.
Mhm.
It really is.
And it says something, especially with the recent director's edition, where you can actually sit through going through the cloud
Mhm.
barrier in the movie, and instead of, like I said, when I first watched the movie on my original VHS, which I did forget to take the picture I said I was going to take
Shame on
after
you.
the show last night, but I'll take it. I promise I'll take it.
Mhm.
But, you know, even watching that VHS copy for the first time and trying to get through that cloud scene and stopping the movie because it was just taking so long.
Yeah. Try being in a theater for it, like I was.
I bet you were squirming in your seat and all this sticky candy and soda underneath your
Mhm.
shoes. It's
I
keeping
mean,
you
it
in
was
place.
it was a huge screen. It was a beautiful huge screen. It was a Southtown theater. I missed that theater so much. And at the time, it was still a single screen. Didn't get turned into a 2 screen at that time. And going through the Klingon battle in the beginning is like, oh my word, how beautiful this is! Getting blasted by that, seeing the Enterprise and all that, and then comes that long sequence, and I'm just sitting there going, "Are we done? Is this over? Can It's like I'd like to go now." Which would
Hey,
make you not, you know.
hey, Gene, are we there yet?
Are we
How
there
much
yet?
longer?
Yeah. Chekhov's going, are we there yet? Kirk going, shut up. Are we there yet? Shut up. Are we there yet? Shut up.
Don't make me turn this starship around. But anyways, it says here in the article, failed journalists and influencers are now leveraging their own online recognition to pivot into higher roles, including voice acting. And so we see figures such as Charlie White, Moist Critical, Alana Pierce, Jack McLaughlin, and Jack Septic is his name, or Ben Castle, selected to participate in video games not because of their craft, but for the branding they bring. Their presence is free advertising for whatever viewership their platforms bring. However, I will counter that. I don't need a voice critical in Dispatch for me to play it. What I needed was a good story, and then Demo presented a good story, which again, as I said, had me go, I'm going to buy this game. And then I bought the soundtrack because I love the soundtrack so much.
Ooh, I'll have to hear that. But yeah, I mean, the voice acting, at least what I saw, was good, especially especially the fast going guy.
Mm-hmm.
Many
Jeffrey
people saw
Wright
that guy. Mm-hmm.
as Chase.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, that was hysterical. He's hysterical.
It says years ago, Matthew Mercer was enlisted in Pillars of Eternity and later in titles like Fallout 4 and Baldur's Gate 3.
Do I need to bring it up?
Bring it up. I was trying to give you the hint.
Okay, that's why I joined along with you. I joined along. Oh, and not even that. We have to. Do I even have it on here? I don't think I do. Oh yeah, here it is. Well, this is why Cash isn't with us right now. He's going on his crusade.
Yeah. And Pop Culture Mechanic says, honestly, I don't need some influencer in my video game. I could care less. Same.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a YouTube channel and I was also in this game. So what?
Right.
But it says the idea was to use celebrity presence to draw in tourists, consumers whose attachment to recognizable names could be converted into sales. Even titles like Rogue Trader have not been immune to this logic, incorporating influencers into their cast for the sake of visibility.
I did not know that. I did not care. It's just it's 40K, and I'm kind of interested in it.
Mm-hmm. The YouTuber Yang Ye, whose performance in Yakuza was widely criticized, has nonetheless been given roles in titles like Avowed and The Outer Worlds 2. Similarly, Alana Pierce's sudden appearance in Volcan 2 and also wearing Warhammer 40K apparel illustrates how recognition itself, rather than the investment within the franchise, is mobilized as a marketing tool. The veneer of fandom is deployed to mask the reality of commodification. Yeah, I had to look at it first.
I know it's I know it's like, well, what that word? That's big words. I keep it small words for me, please. That's for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand this and is, but that parasitic, I don't know what that word is. It's too big.
This parasitic celebrity tourists are attaching themselves to projects under the guise of authenticity. It's not authentic. It never was authentic. It's a payday for them.
Yeah.
And it could turn out to be a big payday for the companies who hire them if the game is successful. But just because you have a popular name associated with a movie, a television show, or in this case, a video game, doesn't guarantee success if the product sucks.
Right. I'm Frosk. You get men are all jerks. I know how to play games.
But, authenticity before they move on to the next opportunity, once the product's visibility has been secured. The myth at work is that these figures embody the voice of the community, when in reality they embody the circulation of capital. They don't represent us all. Just because you
No.
have a popular actor voicing a character in a game doesn't mean that Pop Culture Mechanic, Lady Miss, Jet Sparks, you, I, or anyone else are going to buy the game.
Mhm.
What we want is a game that captures our attention, has good control, and replayability.
Mhm.
Will we go back to this game, or will we feel like we wasted our money on it?
And time, more importantly.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of my life I'll never get back.
Time is precious to us all.
Mm-hmm.
And it wraps it up here by saying influencer culture is a plague on the system simply because it undermines the possibility of industry access through genuine merit. Instead, the current cultural economy is one governed by parasocial attachments and shallow market logic. Gaming is dead. Well, that same shallow market logic, it's the same shallow market logic that's being used in Hollywood because you have people who worked in Hollywood for the big movie studios working for the game industry.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I basically agree with virtually everything that's in this article. But here comes the but. This is nothing new, and gaming will be safe and secure. Why am I saying this? Is because how many times do you see a celebrity's face on a product? Because they're being paid. So, I mean, a lot of stars will not do any advertising here in the United States. Oh, that's beneath them. But then you get them going over to Japan and doing it. Tommy Lee Jones and all these others promoting, scotch or candies or whatever it is, right? Now, you can't tell me that they're going over there and that they are big users of the products that they're promoting because, well, they're in Japan and they're normally in the United States. But even then, it's like, oh, we'll grab a celebrity. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. And think right there, oh, we got that celebrity endorsement, and they got their paycheck, right?
And again, celebrity endorsement in games isn't new. Look at the sports franchises.
Mhm.
Whether it be baseball, football, obviously with Madden, how they've had different cover athletes on there. They've had different cover athletes for MLB The Show. Different guys from different teams. It's
Mhm.
nothing new.
Right. And the thing is I influencers, what influencers? I don't follow influencers. I don't like the fakeness of it. I mean, when you go in there and it's like, oh, I'm looking at more plastic and makeup than anything else. It's like if you're that fake there, how fake are? And of course, they're talking like stupid idiots usually, especially the women. I don't mean this is not disparaging against real women like Lady Miss, but they're trying to do that cutesy bitsy whatever and whatnot. There's some damn good. Mhm. I mean, there's some damn good gamers out there that have
Of
streams that
course
I
there are.
watch, and it's like, well, they're not influencers; they're just playing the game. Uh, and you know, Steve the Gamer 55. He's not getting money, but look at the content he's putting out there with GTA and in the police mod that they have for it. Gamer Cop, yeah, he gets a little something for heads up, pre-advance for his farming games. He's known as Farming Cop on the one channel because he loves those farming games. If you like farming that much, buddy, buy a farm. But he's a real cop and he plays Police Simulator and some of the other simulator games like the Card Shop one, and whatnot. And he's not getting a dime, and he'll say it absolutely that, oh, this is jinky, or this oh, this is when you hear the pros and the cons of the games they're playing it with it, that is real commentary for me.
Mhm.
No, I mean, I don't know if Queso's getting any money or not, but he has a lot of content out there. I think he's living off of that. But as obnoxious as he is, at least he's remaining consistent. He's still playing Contraband Police like an absolute moron, amongst others. And at least on that sense, they're real. I would never go to an influencer for this. And the fact that they're putting these influencers into the games, thinking, "Oh, this is going to attract people." I really, honestly, I hardly ever know who the voice actor is in these games. I'm here to play the game. They're doing a great job. I'm wild. If I recognize the voice, oh, they were in a different game like that. Boy, they're really good.
Or
Okay,
you hear the voice, you know that they have done voiceover in video games, but you also have
yeah,
heard their voiceover work for other TV shows.
right. They're working animation, which is perfect because, in a sense, that's what this is. I mean, I thought things started going downhill when Disney, back in the days when they were restarting basically their second line of classic animated films like Beauty and the Beast and all that. Oh, we're going to bring in real actors to play the voices, but because they're real actors and can't sing worth crap, we're going to have someone else sing the music for them. Just take a look at Let It Be. That lady was sang it. I don't know if she was actually playing the role or not, but of course she went places for singing that and annoyed a lot of people. But it's like, no, I want voice actors in there, not act unless that actor can prove that they are a voice actor as well.
Mhm.
You know, um, someone who might have been in radio or whatnot at one time and able to go in there and realize, okay, now I got to switch it. It's like having someone going from the silent era into the sound era and not being able to grasp it and still do the tricks that you were doing
Well,
with silent.
you mentioned someone who might have been in radio, Townsend Coleman,
Yeah,
who a lot of people might recognize as the voice of Michelangelo from the '87 Turtles. He was in radio before he got into voice act.
and he was the Dick Spoon. Yeah,
Hmm.
hmm exactly. And because what you're doing, you're talking into a microphone. You're not even being seen. No one sees it. You have to do something. Uh, like I said, even making movements while you're talking because they can feel that instead of just standing there with a script in your hand going blah 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 blah. Even though they're doing a great vocal performance in the sense that their voices and all that, but the performance side stinks. So yeah, and how many of these influencers have it? No, a lot of these influencers are just too enamored with themselves. They're probably looking in a freaking mirror while they're doing it, going, "Oh, how great I am."
Hey guys, make sure you're sub to the channel and also become a member.
hmm Well, yeah, and the thing is, uh, oh, what was I going to sit back and say now? My brain is Swiss cheese. There's just so much stuff going on up there, and that poor little monkey with the symbols. I tell you, um, sometimes he squishes that idea as he's clanging it. But I'll think of it later. It's about something that was geeking with that.
Well, I was going to say for anyone who's ever listened to me while I'm playing a game, when you hear me on a rant during a game because something's not working, I'm not doing that for clicks. I'm doing that because there's something wrong with the controls or something wrong with the game. It's glitching out. Or, there's a part where I'm trying to get past it and I can't get past it. And you hear me start ranting and raving and cursing. I'm not doing it for clicks. I'm doing it because I'm playing the game and it's my reaction to playing the game.
Well, okay. I just remembered what I was going to say. Thank you for doing the glitch part and all that. But it's like the perfect example of a disaster. Outlaws from Star Wars, right? Disney went full hog out for this. They brought all these quote unquote gaming influencers or gamers out to, blew them out to Disney.
That they
I think
did.
some of them
Disneyland.
were, yeah, and some of them were birthed in the Starship experience that they had. Hey, let's take a Buck Rogers design and try to pass it off as Star Wars. Where's Gil Gerard when we need him? And all that, just for them to play like I can't remember, it was 30 minutes or so of Outlaws, so they could go back and tell everybody how great and how wonderful this game is, and it backfired. A lot of these guys were coming back saying, "Yeah, there's this problem, yeah, it looks nice and so on and so forth, but you got this issue, so on and so forth." So they weren't getting the glowing reviews they were expecting, or basically demanding, "Hey, we brought you out here. You better say good things only about this.
I was watching streams of Star Wars Outlaws and going, how could they have released this? This game is so broken.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And of course, they're so busy doing that, trying to do it, doing an identity politics when they don't need to have identity politics. Yes, you can have a female lead, but you don't have to try to push that, hey, look, we got a female lead in this game. It's like, put her in there, have a good character's backstory, and let her go. You know, that wasn't the case with Ripley. Was it? No. It wasn't that way with Sarah Connor. No.
I haven't watched it.
I don't know who that is.
Mahler, he's does a lot of streams of Gary from Neurotic.
Okay, I think I've heard of him, but I don't really know of him too much. Okay. I think the answer on my part is no. But again, I take, when the gamers out there that I trust, that I watch, and it's like, okay, this gets me interested. And I'm not disappointed because these are, real people like us. They're just having a fun time and sharing it with us, thank God. But, if an influencer comes along, because I don't care what the F you think or say. I just want to see the game and how it's getting played, and quit blowing smoke up my keister. And I'll be happy. And
I want to make sure
and
that...
of course, everybody here, you, Cash, whoever games in our chat and tells us, hey, this is good, except for Animas, who likes to wave wands around all the time. Hey,
So
by
do
the
you,
way,
buddy. So do you.
Not yet. But I was just going to say, Animas, I'm going to be joining your wand waving club here pretty soon, so we can compare sizes of our wands. Yeah. Trust me, you don't want to smell my brain fart.
But part of the reason I even watch game streams, especially when it comes to a new game, because I want to see a playthrough of it, and then also decide, okay, is this a game worth investing in? Is it something I would actually play and, not feel my time's being wasted playing it?
Right, exactly. Well, Cash is the one you can blame for Contraband Police Comrades. And he gave it to me, and it's like, I'm starting the game out, and it's like, trying to figure what this is about. So I came across a game stream. It wasn't Queso. But somehow Queso ended up just absolutely smearing that, suggestion list. It's like, I don't want to see that, man. But it's like, I started watching, it's like, oh, now I get it. Went back, and it's like, yeah, this is great. Sometimes it's nice just to see them just to get your head screwed on right and how to approach the game and what you can do, because they don't give instructions anymore. So, other gamers,
what's an instruction booklet when everything's digital?
Right.
Including the instruction booklet.
Well, that's just it. They don't even offer that. And so sometimes watching these gamers, it helps out with that, and like I said, it's the real ones I want to go to. I don't want to go to these. I don't think there's a single influencer on my list. None.
I mean, even playing Half-Life right now, there have been times where I'm a complete idiot. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yep. Oh, you're talking about the game. Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay. Well, no. I know now. Okay. I know. I'm cool. I'm perfectly calm, dude.
Calmer than you? Come on, you didn't do it right, man. Didn't do it right.
I know I didn't do it right. Here, I'll do it right.
Take it easy, man.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. Calmer than you are.
You just take it easy.
Calmer than you are.
It's still a good scene.
But again, my whole point is I don't need an influencer to help me decide if I'm going to play a game because they're involved with it. What I want is for a company to produce a game that is worth playing to begin with.
Mm-hmm. That's all. That's why a lot of these indie games are, excuse me, taking off so much. They're lower priced. Excuse me. I don't know. Tried to talk and that happened. My apologies, everybody. But you have these indie games are a lot expensive. You can tell there's love put in there. They don't have a huge studio. Sometimes it's just two knuckleheads sitting together, coding and doing art and all that. And they start blasting some of the AAA games with how many games they sell because they're good and, of course, inexpensive.
Inexpensive, and they give players a reason to come back and play more. I mean,
Yeah,
the game Repo.
Mm.
People can come back and play more of that because they have fun. You know, we played Party Animals. We had fun playing that. We played, Dark Tide. We played Vermintide. Soon we will fight.
Mm-hmm. We've been told that. We've been told that.
We have
for a long time now.
We have. The Emperor is getting impatient, Cash, and so are we. So are we.
Don't make him get up off of that golden throne and kick your ass. He's a big guy. He's like 20 feet tall. You want that coming after you, man?
Yeah, right. 20 feet tall, and he's only actually 3.5 inches tall. You goobers!
Well, yeah. Compared to the Emperor of Mankind, yeah. He'll stomp on you, man. He'll squish you between his toes.
Yep. But anything else to say about influencers in gaming before we do move on to our next article?
I think we talked about it before. This is nothing new. I think we all knew this. I think we all sigh and roll our eyes. Lady Miss, please don't send dragons after me.
He's already released them.
Okay, call him back, please. And it's like I wish we had the Fry. I'm shocked. Well, not really.
Okay, Fry.
Because yeah, exactly. That's just it. This isn't a surprising thing. We knew it already. He just put into an actual article out there what we've been seeing and thinking all along. I think we've been kind of seeing that since I even joined Pop Talk way back. Well, almost 3 years. It was 3 years. Wow.
Yeah, 3 years ago you joined.
3 years I've been a pain in your butt. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you heard it here first, folks. Clip it.
Hey. I'll do it again if you need. If someone needs it clear, I'll say it again, and that can be clipped and can be used. I don't mind, because I'm a pain in the butt of everybody out there. But no, that's basically all. It's like, other than the good laugh I got about Fallout 4, I don't know why that tickled me so much. It's not surprising. I don't. There was a time when you could trust these people out there, and they'll give you the ups and the downs of everything there is, instead of being paid shills and everything is awesome. There is no glitches in this game. Everything is awesome.
Okay, guys, I'll just play this new game. It is so rad. Okay, and yeah, that made it sound like it was more from the 80s, but hey.
Hey, that's good. I like it. I'm an 80s boy, but again, when it comes around to influencers and how they can sometimes fall out of favor, Dr. Disrespect.
Well,
others.
Speaking of disrespect,
what?
There is somewhat of a disrespect when it comes to a popular franchise.
The hell you say?
All right, this article by Spencer Bakule from Bounding in the Comics was posted on December 1st. And it says Hasbro Power Rangers purchase took toy rights back from Bandai Namco, leading to death of Super Sentai.
Yeah, again, I wish I could say I'm surprised.
While fans worldwide work to accept the reality that Super Sentai is well and truly over, not to mention set to be replaced by Project Red, new insight into the franchise toy licensing deal with Bandai Namco suggests that Hasbro's purchase of the Power Rangers IP played a significant role in the seminal Tokusatsu series untimely demise. And if I said that wrong, please correct me.
Where's Cash when we need him?
He's not here.
He's not?
He's AWOL. He's AWOL.
Yeah.
Asks for his thoughts on this surprise development by Japanese news outlet Live Door as machine translated by ChatGPT. Oh, good luck with that. Veteran video game and anime reporter Kiyofumi Kane posted that Super Sentai's cancellation was due in large part to the franchise's slumping toy sales, itself a byproduct of the country's ongoing birth rate crisis, as well as the rise in free-to-play smartphone games. This applies to other hero franchises as well, but the main reason is simply the decline in the number of children, the main audience, which ties directly to Japan's falling birth rate. On top of that, smartphone games, which are free to play, have become widespread even among younger kids compared to the Showa and Heisei era. Japan's delineates their eras according to whichever emperor is serving over the country at a given time.
And I guess I got to throw, just sorry about that. And, I have to throw in one other thing too. One of the big importers of all this, anime and in situations like this is South Korea. But South Korea itself is having the same problem with birth rates. So there's two giant markets for this that are hurting because of that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that should be included into this as well.
And I wonder if it is as we go further along in this article. We'll see.
Well, I can read ahead. So
the number of competing entertainment media has increased dramatically. Hero shows relied heavily on toy sales as a major revenue source. Well, obviously, even with series like G.I. Joe and Transformers, they relied on the toy sales to keep the television shows going. And once those toy sales slowed, you didn't have a TV show to go by.
Mm-hmm.
It says, but with smartphones and tablets becoming more common, many kids no longer find toys appealing. No, but us big kids do.
Oh, hell yeah. I never make toys. I'm playing with one Luke Skywalker action figure right now.
However, in recognizing that Super Sentai's sales were low, even compared to those of the similarly affected Kamen Rider and Ultraman, Tane explained that this financial discrepancy could be traced all the way back to Hasbro's 2018 purchase of the Power Rangers brand, fully and solely facilitated by then CEO Brian Goldner without any input of his fellow company leadership. The deal saw Hasbro buying ownership of the U.S. Super Sentai adaptation from Saban, who had reacquired the franchise from Disney in 2010, and in doing so, choosing to take back its toy manufacturing rights from Bandai Namco. The Super Sentai series was remade in the U.S. in 1993 as Power Rangers. Well, come on. Say it right. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Baron. And at first, the toy manufacturing rights were held by Japan's Bandai Namco. Power Rangers became a global hit and combined toy sales, including both the Japanese and overseas versions, surpassed 20 billion yen, rivaling the current levels of Kamen Rider and Ultraman. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's like about $1,562 here, American.
Still a lot of money.
I know. More money than I got.
But in 2018, major American toy company Hasbro purchased the rights to manufacture toys outside of Japan and parts of Asia, and they've also handed over those toy rights to Playmates to produce the toys while Hasbro earns all the money.
Yeah.
As a result, Bandai Namco's lost a huge portion of its revenue from Power Rangers toys. This caused overall sales to plunge rapidly. The hell you say? Leading to today's lone loser situation. And it goes on to say, to this end, Tane ultimately summarized the Kamen Rider series is working on global simultaneous distribution and is expected to expand more seriously into overseas markets. Ultraman has been growing increasingly popular in China in recent years, successfully expanding abroad. It says, on the other hand, the Super Sentai franchise had already succeeded in overseas expansion back in the 90s, but losing its overseas toy market midway proved to be a severe setback.
Well, I guess.
It says, while the idea of Bandai Namco holding the toy manufacturing rights to both the Japanese Super Sentai and its Western Power Rangers cousins seems like a bad piece of fake trivia, this arrangement, confirmed by contemporary court records, is confirmed, per the text of Saban Entertainment's 1994 copyright infringement lawsuit against a manufacturer of bootleg Power Rangers toys. Saban is also the sole and exclusive licensee in the United States of rights in the federally registered copyright in the live motion picture Jeju Yi Rangers. And ostensibly based on phonetic mispronunciation, no shit, of the original Super Sentai series. It also says a Japanese creation. Saban has in turn licensed Bandai America Inc. Bandai to produce and market certain toy products derived from the Power Rangers.
Bandai can do a good job on stuff. That's no doubt about
Yeah,
that.
they can. They can. The original Jetfire toy for Transformers was a Bandai toy, which was sold for a limited amount of time because of another company stepping in and filing a lawsuit against Hasbro. And it wasn't sold in Japan because Kara and Bandai were rivals.
Yep.
So it says, as far as Hasbro's forced recovery of the specific toy manufacturing rights, while the company never took action against Bandai Namco specifically, their official filing with the United States Securities and Exchange Commission regarding their larger purchase of Saban's various toy holdings explicitly holds that Hasbro now owns all the rights and interest in the Power Rangers. Julius Jr., Luna Petunia, My Pet Monster, Popples, and Treehouse Detectives properties and related intellectual property, as well as in certain other properties that were previously owned by Saban Properties or any of their affiliates, which thus allows them to rescind any outstanding licensing contracts they saw fit, bearing any verifiable evidence to the country that Hasbro played a role in the death of its source material will go down in history as yet another black mark on the company's record, especially given how they have since bungled the Power Rangers toys offering so bad that they were ultimately driven to sell the manufacturing rights to Playmates, who admittedly and impressively so are doing their best to treat the franchise with some level of respect. Well, I hate to break it to folks, but what made anybody think that Hasbro, the company that co-owns Transformers with Takara Tomy, was going to pay Power Rangers any respect?
So you get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Wow, where do we get that video from the Hasbro exec? Was that smuggled out of Hasbro?
Yes.
Wow.
And Jet Spark says, honestly, both Super Sentai and Power Rangers need to rest. It's time to make some new tokusatsu deals, or hell, ones that are more inspired by them. Well, it's not the only franchise that needs to take a rest. There are several other franchises that need to take a rest. Star Wars needs to take a rest. Marvel in general needs to take a rest. DC needs to take a rest.
Star Trek,
Star
Doctor
Trek.
Who. Yeah, let's branch out a little bit.
I mean, well, let's face it, it's also not a surprise that because of Hasbro, another company is failing because Hasbro themselves are failing when they don't know what they want to do with something they've just acquired. I mean, look at Wizards of the Coast.
God.
Look how far that has fallen.
Yeah, everything in there. You know, the card game, Dungeons and Dragons, you know, how they've just obliterated it. They just keep it to what it's supposed to be and they'll be doing okay. But no, they have to rely on gimmicks. You know, what's the latest one the Magic is bringing in from an outside source again? I don't know, but we have
the latest thing I saw is that they're adding different franchises to the card game, trying to get people to buy it.
Yeah, they had Lord of the Rings. I can't remember some of the others. Some of them just don't make absolute friggin' sense, you know. It's like, really, honestly? And it's sad to see how these great things have fallen under idiots, morons, buffoons. You know, when Harlan Olsen thought that these execs were bad back in the day, oh my, it's like, these guys said, hey, hold my beer. And boom, look at what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a sad thing because, again, it's destroying our entertainment. It's just, again, we have only so much time in our life to enjoy things, whether it be, the Power Rangers and the products that they produce, or, again, the aforementioned. Hasbro used to be a mark of excellence. You got something from Hasbro. That was good, right? Just like Mattel. Just like Kenner, which was bought by Hasbro, and look what they did with Kenner.
Yeah, they completely destroyed it.
Yeah, there was a while there where they were doing a great job, but then it just went to shite. Hasbro needs to be broken up. For one, they can't have control over all these IPs, because they're destroying them. And I've said that about everything out there. And you're probably going to be hearing it from me later on the show. Spoiler alert.
Soon, very soon.
Yeah, soon. But is anybody surprised by this? Now they're even affecting overseas market with their crap. Right? Again, like I said, Japan, South Korea, and of course, China. I forgot to bring that up. China is starting to bring it in, but it was Japan and South Korea with the one with the low birth rate issues, and they're desperate. They need to get repopulation going. I've heard in some cases they've been asking for imports to come in and help out, if you know what I mean, and I'm too old for that. And it's a shame. I mean, you're just starting to spread your cancer outside of the, just doing what cancer does. It starts in one spot, then it spreads, and before you know it, it finally kills.
Yeah, and that's probably what's going to happen when we talk about the article later. about Netflix and Warner Brothers. Let's just face it.
I
know we or I in particular sound doom and gloom about it already, but you can't help it with Netflix's track record.
Well, many people's track records, to be honest.
But
Sad.
Jet says, in all honesty, Power Rangers is a very cursed franchise. Anyone who gets their hands on it is going to disrespect, and of course, they're going to probably try nostalgic bait, and that happened with Disney. When Disney had the property, they had no clue what they were doing with it. And Pop Culture Mechanics says Wizards is trying to do what Lego did and bring in different franchises. The most recent is Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah.
You know something? I liked Legos when it wasn't tied to anything. It was just friggin' Legos. And you did the imagination. I made my own Starship Enterprise and Reliant out of the bricks I had. Right? They weren't big, but it's like boom. I made the bridge of whatever ship with my Legos. Obviously, it was very blocky, but still, I did it, and it wasn't. I didn't need some, hey, the Star Trek edition of Legos or whatnot, or the Star Wars edition, and it's like you're taking that creativity away from kids when you start doing that. This is something for them to learn and grow and make their own stories with in a blocky world. And the same with many others. Same thing with Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons was meant to be something that you went out there to create your own world. Gary Gygax never wanted really an official world out there, but he was just pressured to bring this world of Greyhawk in, or the city of Greyhawk, which obviously became the whole thing of Greyhawk. And the official setting until Wizards of the Coast to say, hey, we don't want that no more. We're going to go with Forgotten Realms. Now, don't get me wrong. I like Forgotten Realms, but still, I mean, that was a sign of disrespect right there, changing the base setting. But his main thing is, and everything was about it, and the DM guide was how to create your world. You start small and you expand as you go along. Start with a city. And then as you travel out of the city, then you can start mapping. And before you know it, you got yourself a world, just like D&D Greyhawk came to be, just like how Faerun came to be with Forgotten Realms. But that was even before it was Dungeons and Dragons. Greenwood was, doing that, the whole thing beforehand, and it got melded in. And yeah, it's just like the creativity is taken away from. They go away from what the base is, what's needed for. Again, it's the same. I guess we can sit back and just take a couple steps back to the previous article. Instead of influencers, now it's IPs.
Mm-hmm.
The product's crap, but we got your IP in there.
Well, like Jed is saying too, you have these companies like Hasbro who are spreading themselves thin with how many IPs they own.
Right.
And the prices for their products are going up. The quality is going down.
Yep. Exactly. And the creativity, because you got so stretched out, is, you're getting Jimmy Douchebag in there that doesn't know a thing and doesn't want to learn a thing. He just goes off of whatever, influencer or headline or trope that's been spewed about, not necessarily even a true one, and runs with it. And then before you know it, you got shite salad. That is just how it's been. It needs to be broken up. You got to get people in there that have that drive, that love, that lust for the source material, not for what they've perverted and warped it into. But going back to basics. Companies don't care about you. At least the major ones.
Oh, or finding out more and more how many companies don't really care about the consumer base.
Well, again, like we're talking about the AAA games, right? They don't give a shite about us. But you know who does? What companies do? The indies. When
Hmm.
you're smaller, they care about you because this is something they're going into with their passion. They want to share their passion. You like that passion. They want to make sure that they keep going, that they can enjoy the passions, right? But
Right.
when you have a soulless machine like this and corporation, I've said this before, um, all they care about is the bottom line, nothing more, and they look at us as a bunch of freaking idiots, nerds, geeks, freaks, buffoons, but and also think that we have limited income to be able to just shell it out. So we'll just raise the price. These people don't have any idea how to run business. This is not capitalism. This is feudal. This is business feudal system. I'm trying to remember what I called it before, but feudalistic corporation. I'll just go with that. I can't remember exactly. They treat it like you have your main kingdom, then you got your various underneath you, your little lords and all that pay tribute to you. Their little fiefs that they got and whatnot. And as long as they're bringing you tribute, you're happy. If they don't, you send in the bully squad to figure out what's going on and beat up people and maybe throw somebody out and put it in someone that they think is going to do better in there, one of their cronies. That's all it is. Just look at modern corporation like a feudal system, which is not capitalism. All these
Yep.
companies gobbling themselves all this stuff up is not capitalism.
No, it's not capitalism at all. It's limiting options.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's stifling creativity.
Right. Which puts you about one step away from socialism, communist, where you have the bread lines and you don't have choices. Do you want that in your entertainment? Do you want that in your hobbies? I don't.
I want to have options. I want to have choices. Do I want to choose this company or do I want to go for this unknown company that
Mhm.
you don't know a lot about them, but what you're seeing of their products, they're getting good reviews and they're made well.
Mhm. Right. Instead of having basically only approved by the elites products coming out. No diversity. Of course, this is coming from a group of people who say they're so diverse when they're not. They're worse than diverse. Worse than not being diverse. It's just no. It's like you lie, you liars. And there's got to be a big stick coming by and smashing these towers down because I tell you what, they're very weak right now. Which is why you have all this gobbling. This is all panic. Because again, the money was taken away from China, the money was taken away from the US government. When you talk about the government funding things, it's this stuff that they were doing. And look what it got us. Everybody, that is. Whether it was in our paychecks being less because these idiots are going out there and doing this garbage. They're feeding it in there. Of course, then they're getting the whispers. Depends on what administration might be in there or who's doing it. They're getting those whispers that this is how you have to do it. You don't do it. And when the wrong administration gets in there, they give the middle finger because but then all of a sudden it goes away. What are they going to do? It's gone away now. China, fat. They're panicking because they don't want to show their numbers. Why? They suck. They, even when you start sitting back saying what income they're coming, that's coming in, what grosses they're getting, you're highly suspect.
You have
Who's cooking?
to
Who's
suspect
cooking book?
what,
Yeah.
what's coming in because
Right.
it more than likely isn't the truth.
No. I mean, they've been hiding numbers and such, and a lot of this stuff because they're trying to pull the wool over their eyes of the investors and the stockholders is illegal. It's fraud. And they should be taken down for the fraudsters they are, and they should be broken up. And hopefully get put in the hands of people that actually friggin' care about the products they're going out with. When something had a name on it, it meant something. Oh, we can trust this. Instead of the fact, oh, it's got that name on it, we'll charge even more. Jack Daniels. Oh, yeah, look at us. We got the name on there. So it's going to be more expensive than anything else. We got the name. Okay, that's right. Okay, I got Even Williams. It's far better than that garbage. And it's real Kentucky bourbon, not Tennessee whiskey.
Yeah, or if you go to a department store, you know, there was a time when Sears carried a lot of weight. You knew that when you got something from Sears, it was going to be a quality product.
Right.
However, decisions from the top ruined that company.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure Martha Stewart did not help. Or the fact that, oh, Levi's. Oh, it's Levi's. Overpriced crappy jeans. I'd rather wear Wranglers or something else out there. I mean, whatever Mills Fleet Farm might have. Because sometimes they're going to be cheaper and better. You're not buying. I don't want to go out and buy a name. I want to have the quality behind what that name represents. Two different things. You can't go by that now.
No, you can't. And let me go ahead and show something that shows that the product that's being offered in movie theaters can't hold anymore. And what I mean by can't hold, it can't add to its profit.
Yep.
So let me go ahead and play the video. And I did look, Baron, and unfortunately, Cat Video Fest 2025 is no longer on the list.
What?
I know.
No.
Isn't that a little dramatic, Baron? You don't have to leap.
No, it's not. That was the greatest film of the year.
The fact that it held on as long as it did,
yeah,
is a testament.
You always be in our hearts, Cat Video Fest 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Was it 25 or 24? I mean, it was
2025.
2025. Okay, I was going to say if it was 2024, it really held on. But yeah, you will never be forgotten. Not here on Pop Talk. We'll always say your name with reverence.
And who knows? Maybe next week it will be back on the list. You never know how these things work.
We thought it was going to be gone a couple of times, and then it jumped up. I mean, jeez. Make up your mind already, Cat Video Fest.
But look at these numbers for this current weekend. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, only 63 million. After what the first one made? Then you got Zootopia 2 that opened up strong last weekend, but it's collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
Wicked for Good for the weekend has made 16.8 million after it had a strong opening.
My, how the mighty has fallen.
Mm-hmm. Jujutsu Kaisen Execution, that made 10.2 million. I'll look at the expanded lineup to see if it's in its first week or not. I don't know if it's its first week. Could be its second week.
I don't know.
And now you see me, now you don't. The Cash Money Story.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now you see me, now you don't. I got a clip from that movie. I do have a clip. Where's my clip? Oh, yeah. Here's the clip. That should bring you into the theaters, folks. That should bring you into the theaters. Because you get to see action. You get to see drama.
You know what really grinds my gears?
And, of course, a cast of millions.
I don't know who any of those people are.
Go see it.
Say that about a lot of entertainers nowadays.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
So we see Five Nights at Freddy's 2 only made $63 million here domestically, and internationally it only made $46 million.
Mm.
And give me a second.
I was going to say one thing.
I just want to see something.
You can do that. While you do that, I'm going to just say something here. Isn't it sad that when you see that number coming up, you go, "Oh, that's pretty good for this year," and it's not good. I mean, it's like, "Oh wow, that's doing a little better than most others that get in there." And it's like, yeah, okay.
Okay, so Five Nights at Freddy's, the first one came out 2 years ago, and it was able to amass $291 million.
Yeah, almost 300
during its time.
Wow. Not bad at all.
Which is why it got its sequel.
And it was PG-13, folks. You don't, just because it didn't have the R, it still worked. You don't need to have the R rating all the time.
But I would have thought that a part 2 would have made more in its opening week.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly was thinking that this movie was going to make $100 million. Based on what people were saying about the first one, how much they enjoyed the first one.
Well, I had no word on anything about this film at all. I mean, I knew it was coming, but was it a good film or did it suck? I mean, that comes into that matter too. It's like, but again, it's the prices and stuff like that. So,
yeah. Now, Zootopia 2 for this weekend only made $43 million. It has a total gross right now domestically of $220 million, but that's a fall off from last week.
Yeah.
Where it was number 1.
Holy cow.
Now, international, it's doing gangbusters.
Yeah, I mean, put that in your pipe and smoke it, Jimmy Gunn. Look how fast they got there, Jimmy Gunn.
Mm-hmm.
To the worldwide, that is.
So you can pretty much figure that because of the international box office, this movie is going to get a sequel.
Oh, yeah. Another one. I mean, 220 right now isn't so bad. Again, depends on how much it costs, so on and so forth. But that worldwide, I tell you, holy cow, international, holy cow. That in it by itself is, hey, take a look at that Jimmy Gunn. Second week, Jimmy Gunn.
Yep. I mean, you look at these numbers, for all of the Thanksgiving weekend, it made $158 million. And then here in its second week, it drops down to $43 million. That's because everybody who wanted to see it saw it.
Right. And it didn't have replayability. They would have probably gone back if it was cheaper.
I mean, it's expensive to go to the movies anymore.
Yeah, you literally, you can't do what we used to do sometimes as kids. The movie was over, you got out, ran around, bought a ticket, and went back in. Or someone stayed inside and snuck you into the door. But I never did that. Or you just kept sitting in the theater until the next showing began. That's how I saw Buck Rogers twice in a row when it was in the theater. It's like, oh no! He goes, no! You just stay here. What? We can't do that. No. A friend of my dad took me to see Buck Rogers. It's like, no, just stay there. Don't worry about it, man. And it's like, okay, saw Buck Rogers twice.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, Erin.
Yeah. Beautiful woman.
Beautiful.
I think she would have made a wonderful Captain Janeway.
I think so too. She would have. She would have made a great one. I'm sorry, she would have been far better than what we got. Lindsay Wagner would have been far greater than we got. And that's a shame. And I don't want to be beating down Kate Mulgrew on that, but it's just the facts, in my opinion. Not on her acting, but it's not necessarily her cup of coffee. See what I did there?
There's coffee in that nebula. Mr. Paris, set a course for that nebula. Tuvok,
Prepare to retrieve the coffee.
Yeah, she was just too much. I am woman, hear me roar as she's striding around. It's like that's not a swagger. That's definitely not a swagger. I'd like to see a woman captain with swagger. You're not doing a swagger. You're doing that bitch walk. And whatever. But again, you can't do that where you could just run around or run around and go and see another movie. Say, hey, multiplexes were starting to come out. You had 2 or 3 movies at a theater, and that was our huge metroplexes at the time. And it's like, and then we'll run around and see the other one that's in the other theater. I mean, we could have been mean and snuck in, going to the bathroom. Oh, what's across from the bathroom here? Gee, let's take a look. No, didn't do that. No. In some movies, it was so impossible to do that because literally they were blockbusters. They were around the block. When
I was just going to say, think about the original Star Wars, which according to reports I saw yesterday and other people had seen them faster than that, apparently we're getting a re-release of Star Wars in its original cut.
Oh, yes. I will have to come out of my seclusion for that. It's the Baron Hog. He pops out and it's like, oh, he saw Star Wars 77, 6 more weeks to winter. But yeah, I mean, I was in those blockbuster lines when it hit the 99-cent theater, the Broadway. And it's like, then the huge line that was out there, and it's like, okay, waiting, but it was worth the wait.
Yeah, man, and I remember standing in those lines too on opening night or even opening weekend, and there were times you were lucky if you even got a ticket.
Right. Sorry, theater full. Go away.
Move along.
Yeah. Sorry, country's closed.
Not going to see it here.
Yeah. You have to go away. Don't go away mad, but you just got to go away.
A criminal who got promoted to admiral, Jet, for all the Prime Directive violations she did, what she did to Tuvix.
Well, it's not the violation of the Prime Directive because, Kirk skirted that and all that. It's the malicious breaking of the Prime Directive. Kirk was going by the letter of the law, and ultimately had to go what was actually right compared to being draconian about the situation. Because let's face it, the draconian Prime Directive is draconian. It's absolutely draconian. Oh, you mean these people are about to get wiped out and all that? The planet's going to go boom, but we can't intervene and help them because that would hurt their culture. Gee, I wonder what would hurt their culture more: planet going boom, or are we taking the hell off of there? Anybody? But compared to Janeway, where it's like, yeah, I get it. You're out in the frontier. You're trying to do the best you can get home. Yeah, you got to bend some things out there, but she was just malicious about it. Malicious.
Well, when there's coffee in that nebula, Baron, she had to have it.
Yeah. I mean, it takes away that true struggle. It's like, put an eye patch on her because she's just become a pirate. Oh, Arasti mateys. There's coffee out there. Oh, I want my booty. Don't look at my booty. I don't have a booty, but I want my booty. Oh.
And of course, we have Wicked for Good, which only made $16.7 million this past weekend. And look at the percentage drop. 72.9%. And already 130 theaters have stopped showing it.
Zootopia, 1 week out, is just biting the tail of Wicked for Good. I mean, all apologies to your sister, but it sounds like it might not have been that good of a movie. I know she likes it.
It depends on the audience. I really do believe that it depends on the audience that wants to go see Wicked for Good. Musicals aren't for everybody.
No,
I mean,
no.
my sister knew that I wasn't going to go see Wicked for Good with her. I went and saw the first one with her because I know that's what my mom would have done.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You did your bit for sister. You did your bit for sister and country. You took one for the team, and
Well, it's also
mighty
because
noble of you for it.
I care about my sister. I
Yeah,
love my
right.
sister, and
Yeah,
no,
I
just
was going to
to
say
see the
mighty noble
smile
of
on
you.
her, just to see the smile on her face after we got out of the theater last year. It was all worth it. Even
Yeah,
though I didn't see Wicked for Good with her this year, the fact that she was glowing about it, raving about it, she
yeah,
got enjoyment out of it. That's what was worth it.
yeah. You know, I mean, it comes down to a personal experience, and if a bunch of people also shared that same experience with you, that's even better. That
Mm-hmm.
comes down to personal experience. All this stuff comes down to personal experience, whether we like it or not. It just how many people share your opinion of it, and what different views do they have of it in their enjoyment or their dislike of it. You know, which again needs to come back to the fact that we need to have the discussion, not the the silly stupid BS out there of smearing, unless it's Tim Waltz. Hard R.
Well, I mean, that was one of the reasons why I even said to my sister, I said, I love you. And I know you've done things for me that you don't particularly enjoy. She's not really a baseball fan, but
No.
she has gone to a game with me. And, I said, I'm not going to see Wicked for Good with you.
Mm-hmm.
And let's be honest, too. I wanted to see Nuremberg, and I'm glad I saw Nuremberg.
Right, exactly. Well, that's just. I mean, for me, I'm not one that goes out there and say I don't like musicals, generally. But I mean, there's musicals out there that I do really enjoy. I am not a Sound of Music guy. I'm sorry, people. I'm not Sound of Music. Christopher Plummer's great. Yeah, not gonna. Julie Andrews great. Not gonna besmirch anybody's performances. They're wonderful. But the Music Man, Robert Preston. Oh yeah, what a great musical that is.
Mm-hmm.
Paint Your Wagon. I mean, what a wonderful. I never saw the stage play, but what a wonderful movie that was. It's like what the people didn't know how to sing. That was made it even better. It gave that certain level of authenticity to it. I like that. So I'm a little crazy when it comes around to what do I like for musicals or not, but
I like
there's not
Singing in
many.
the Rain.
Mm-hmm. Singing in the rain, I'm just singing in the rain. Can you please turn that faucet off?
What a wonderful feeling. I'm happy again.
I saw.
Like I said,
Okay.
that is, like I said, that is what I do like.
Yeah. I saw a kind of revolt comic about that one. It's a rat that's dancing with the umbrella, doing singing in the rain as a bum is peeing on it. It's like, oh, you had to go there, didn't you? But yeah, I mean, what a wonderful song, "Singing in the Rain." What a wonderful song. What you hear some of these songs that come up. I mean, I never saw Jesus Christ Superstar. I kind of consider it borderline blasphemy myself, but there's some great songs that came out of there.
Yeah,
I don't know how to love
and
them.
my mom loved that one.
Mhm.
She
Yeah.
got to see it when she was in New York.
Okay. I mean, it's got to be better than the one they recently did with. When you have the person playing Christ look like they should be the devil. I mean, yeah. I know that when the Long Suffering went there, she saw Mamma Mia with her friend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, don't really care about watching a musical with ABBA songs. I like ABBA, don't get me wrong, but she had a grand old time. And it's like,
What
well, that was before me, but I would have even said back then, oh, good for you.
when we took a trip to San Francisco, we still lived out in California to see my cousins who lived up in
Right.
San Francisco. We saw Phantom of the Opera.
Oh, okay.
And I did think it was good.
Yeah. I'm not an Andrew Lloyd Webber fan. I mean, there's some good songs that come out of it, of his works, but just overall, I'm not an Andrew Lloyd Webber fan. I know there's a lot of them that do love it. It's just not my taste. But he does put on a grandiose show.
Mhm.
I mean, there's just no doubt about it. But it can. That's where you can appreciate something that's not up your alley, and I do. I can understand why people like it, like his style. Again, I brought up earlier Jesus Christ Superstar, and Starlight Express was another one. I mean, a bunch of people roller skating, roller derby. Yeah,
Yeah, but it's a fun show. I
I
will
know.
admit, because my family and I, when we went to Vegas,
Hmm.
we actually saw the Starlight Express at
Oh
the
wow.
Hill,
Okay.
and it was a lot of fun because they're actually roller skating on stage in certain parts of roller skating around you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of fun. Also, one of the actresses, yeah,
Mm.
hello, hubba hubba.
A proper jiggle where it should be as she's roller skating. Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. That doesn't
because
hurt.
I remember, mom saying, "So, Michael, who was your favorite?" 'Cause she saw me just looking at her. Of course, the Dinah character. She's like, "Uh-huh."
And that's what you expect from Starlight Express. You expect a experience like that and having it fun. Of course, well, it's kind of faded away a bit. But I remember back in the time when it was here in the Twin Cities and such, and all the big hubbub about it. It's like, oh wow,
Oh,
Starlight Express, blah blah blah. So
speaking of Grease Anonymous, have you seen that new Capital One commercial of John Travolta as Santa Claus, and he's seeing Grease Lightning?
I think I saw. I think I saw it. Yeah, I mean, I saw Grease. It was fun, but I never cared to go back to it. And again, there's a lot of great songs that came out of there. You're the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I mean, yeah, there's some good songs that came out of there. Olivia Newton, John, rest your soul. Of course, there's an absolute horrible piece of crap musical, Xanadu. I mean, it's absolutely horrible, but they had that great song, Xanadu, that you
Mm-hmm.
did. I mean, it's like, okay, there's one good thing that came from that film. It was that. And I assure you that got played to death back in the day, which I didn't mind.
Yep.
I miss Olivia Newton, John.
And Anonymous says he's afraid to see that Capital One commercial. What? I know I can't show it on stream without getting Zane, but I'll look it up on YouTube and then I'll put
Wouldn't
it.
it be fun? Isn't that funny? You would show a commercial and get zinged when basically all you're doing is giving them ultra free. This is something they have to pay somebody to put on their stuff, but some damn fool YouTuber like us would put it on there for people to see, absolutely free. And oh my God, we got the Earth has come to an end. This is how stupid these people are, folks.
Well, another
This is how stupid they are.
is because of the music.
Yeah, but it's still an advertisement.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one where you just brush it off because, oh yeah, these damn fools are doing a job for us. Isn't that good? That's what you want. This is how stupid they are. The legal team has too much to say in this. When you have a bunch of people that all the
Actually, we can't have these YouTubers showing our commercials and giving us free advertising. Wait a minute, you just missed a key word there: free advertising.
Right. This is where you have they hire a bunch of these lawyers that sit around and don't even want to know what they're doing, and basically all they got to do was try to look for any little tiny infraction so they can go after to sit back and show that they have some worth to the company. They have far too much power in the company, and that's another problem with corporations. That's where the advertising guy should come up to that lawyer's office and apply knee to happy sacks.
Mm-hmm. But get through the rest of this box
Oh,
office
sorry about that.
real quick.
Hello. Am I still here? Mike, are you still here? Oh, well, I don't know if I'm still on here, but I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk because I don't believe in dead air. And there's a thing about, when it comes around the dead air on radio, you don't want more than 10 seconds of dead air because then people think you've died
What?
and they'll move on.
Oh,
Hi, Mr. Dead Air.
No, I was getting beat up by my sister. She heard me mention Wicked and that it's fallen, and she's beat me up.
It's not your don't shoot the messenger. Come on, don't shoot the messenger. Mike, you're innocent. Oh, poor guy.
Oh no, that's what I get for being the younger brother.
No, better you than me.
No, folks, she didn't actually do that. She came in, she gave me a water, and I let her know. I said, I'm just going to be funny. That's why there was dead air.
She came in with the Pop Talk of Pacific414 Pop Talk frying pan, which will be, of course, the new gift that we'll be giving out next year.
Yeah,
and applied it to his
the
head.
indentation of my head on it.
Yeah. So, you got that spatula. Now we got the frying pan for you. I think we should still fry a spatula with that on it. And anyone who knows,
if I can find a store that would sell something like that, yeah, I would. But Teespring doesn't have that.
Oh, damn. I mean, the real geeks would get it. The ultra geeks would get that. Not the
Spatula City. Spatula City.
Spatula City. Yeah.
But at number 4, Jujutsu Kaisen, and its first week made 10 million.
Well,
but only in 1,833 theaters. So, I mean, that's still pretty good considering it's not in 4,000 theaters like Zootopia is.
Well, again, comes to the question: what would have done if they would have added at least 1,000 more theaters for it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying give it the 4,000 level, right? But just give 1,000 more. What would that do? And I think they're just afraid of putting something foreign like that and embarrassing them. I think they kind of learned their lesson with whatever it was that was going up against Superman, and how that made Superman look like an absolute fool, despite what Matt McGloin said. And I like you, Matt, but
Whereas Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair, and made 3.2 million for the re-release. I'm assuming it's a re-release. I know one shouldn't assume because it makes an ass out of you and me. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well,
is it?
It was released on Friday. Yeah, it has to be. Both moving 4 hours and 35 minutes of butt-numbing action.
Yeah, and only 1,100 theaters. Well, close to 1,200. Mm-hmm. Okay, so
I
didn't even know that was happening.
wasn't talking out of my ass. At least that time.
No, you just asking questions. We got our answer there, so you weren't talking. I was just like, huh?
And then there was Eternity, which isn't a new release, but it was number 6 last week and only made 2.7 million. I haven't even heard of that. Neither have I heard of Hamnet.
No.
Nor have I heard of the one at the bottom that I'm going to try to pronounce, but I'm probably going to be way off.
I wonder if that's Indian. One of the Indian films. That looks like almost an Indian word. That's not feathers, that folks.
Durandar. Well, for me, that's close enough.
Durandar. Yeah, I think Durandar. I think like Durandar. Yeah.
That made 1.9 million, but look at Predator Badlands in its fourth week. That has really dropped.
And it's overall
Mm-hmm.
domestically.
Yeah, and it's lost 670 theaters.
Yeah, that it was getting bad press beforehand, whether that bad press was legit or not. But people did not like the look of that Predator, and I think that drove them off. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, all the jokes that are being made and all that. And I know Joyce. I know Jace had legitimate arguments about that, explaining things, but you know, unfortunately, a lot of the others don't know that.
Oh. And Nuremberg, I mean, that's at number 15 after being at number 10. And honestly, I do think more people should have seen it. But
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are interested in that part of World War II history, if at all.
Well, plus it's not necessarily the most happy of subjects,
It's not supposed to be.
Exactly, and that's just it. I mean, it's just like Downfall. It's just like Schindler's List, even though Schindler's List did rake in a bunch of money, probably because of the name power behind it, Spielberg and such. But and look how the Running Man has fallen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 36 total domestically overall in how many weeks? I can't tell because your cursors. Oh, no, that's my cursor. Never mind. 5 weeks.
Yeah.
I got
only it's
mixed up.
I mean, that's pitiful, man.
Right. See, there was a time though when Nuremberg would have brought more people in and such, Dunkirk and all the others, because they wanted to see dramas like this and all that. But now we're in the. Well, I think we're slowly coming out of it. I think we're slowly coming out of it with this new generation that's coming up. Was it Z? Generation Z? Because was it? It goes X, millennials,
X, Y, Z, then Generation Alpha, I think. I don't know. I can't keep track of it all.
I don't. It's just like we were X. There was baby boomer generation. We're X. Then there was like millennial, and I think the next one is Z. And with that though, is a lot of them are waking up. A lot of them are actually thinking, and that's what you need. You need people who think, that aren't distracted as much by the devices, like the millennials have been sucked into. And let's face it, some of the Gen Xers too. Can't leave them out. And just look at, well, Cash isn't he's a millennial. He doesn't count. But you need to have that where they don't have that goldfish. It'd be nice if I could. Thank you. It'd really be nice if I knew how to speak. Yeah, I really need it. I need to go back.
That's why you're the perfect co-host, because the host can't speak to save his life, and neither can the co-host.
No. My brain's so friggin' scrambled. That's what meds do to you sometimes, folks. But I think there's going to be. I think this generation is going to be doing a lot of questioning. So they'll get more interested in seeing films like that, because it was like, okay, we don't want to be BS anymore. We realize we have been BS for a long time. What is it? What is it? And that's a danger to certain segments of the political community. The last thing they want is a group of people who can actually think and ask questions. And it's like Generation Z going out there. It's just frightening to think that they might be our savior. Just like we were kind of the saviors after some of the baby boom crap that happened.
Mm-hmm.
You got that up and down, up and down, up and down. So
yeah, and Anonymous, it takes a dork to know a dork, you spaz.
I was going to say it turns into 3 when he's on. 4 if we had Cash here. Yeah, guys, I heard that, you goobers. Well, I'm definitely not a generation beta, that's for sure. I'm all manly men. I could continue on with the joke, but it'd be inappropriate.
But yeah, I mean, this year for movies in general, it hasn't been a good year. There have been very few movies to hit the billion mark. Zootopia 2 is going to do that all because of the international box office. And the other movie that has done it is the Minecraft movie with Jack Black.
Right. They, despite what anybody says, everybody was hoping Superman would. That's why it's a failure.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't follow through with what it was supposed to do.
And that's what we want movies to do. Yes, there were people that did enjoy it. All power to them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna go out there and name call people who went and saw that and liked it. But I will name call Jimmy Gunn because he's an absolute twat waffle. Just saying.
But we do have other articles that we do want to get to.
We do? Oh.
Yeah, yes, Baron. Yes, because
okay.
Because of Miss Johansson.
Ooh, hello, nurse.
I mean, I know she's part of Hollywood, but I honestly, I look at her and go, hi.
Yeah, yeah, she's eye candy. It's whether is she more than that or not, it all depends on the personality. But we'll go for the eye candy right now.
All right, Scarlett Johansson on reported $40 million Disney lawsuit. Yep, she did file a lawsuit against Disney, and part of it was because of what happened with Black Widow.
Mm-hmm.
But it says here in this article on Superhero Hype by Deshita Meshawari. Gosh, I hate names where it's like I have no idea how to pronounce that.
That's it. Country's closed. No more immigrants. Out. And we want to be able to pronounce your names so we can have good storytelling here. Quit throwing these things at us. Deport her. Deport her.
No.
What?
Because of my lack of being able to comprehend the name. It's like, yeah. Well, I'm gonna try, but I'm gonna fail miserably.
Well, let me take a look at it. Deshita. Yeah, I think it's Deshita. Mahashari. And I know I probably didn't do it quite, but
Mahashari.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop.
Yeah,
everyone else is going, stop, Mike, stop.
Yeah. I mean, she might be Indian, she might be Pakistani, we don't know, but because
she's probably a lovely woman.
Crossover there. Oh yeah, I'm not saying anything against them.
And here I am butchering the woman's name.
Hey, I'd rather have her here doing these articles than on a phone trying to scam people. Okay, so God's blessing on you for being here. Thank you.
It says Scarlett Johansson is speaking candidly about her lawsuit against Disney after Black Widow was released simultaneously in theaters and on Disney Plus. Gosh, that movie sucked.
But having the duel like that didn't help either. I mean,
no.
If you get past the suckage part, that's something they should never have done.
The shift resulted in a legal dispute over her box office bonus. Speaking during a recent interview, Johansson says she would have appreciated stronger support from her peers. Ooh, she sounds like she's putting her peers on notice.
Oh yeah. I'm sure she's got a list.
Scarlett Johansson would have liked more support over her Disney lawsuit, and Scarlett Johansson is reflecting on her 2021 lawsuit against Disney, saying she wishes the industry had stood by her more openly. The conflict began when Black Widow, originally planned for a traditional theatrical release, was shifted to a simultaneous debut in theaters and on Disney Plus during the pandemic. Since the new release plan affected her bonus based on box office earnings, she pursued legal action. It reportedly concluded with a $40 million settlement. Speaking to The Telegraph, Johansson said that public support from other actors or industry peers would have been meaningful. I mean, it would have been great to have more support from the community and my peers vocally, publicly on certain issues that affect the entire industry, she explained. The Marvel actor added, "It's always helpful to have more voices, you guys." Looking back, Johansson maintains that even acting alone can be really effective. But yeah, she's got a point. You'd like to have your peers back you up on this.
Mm-hmm.
Johansson added that the lack of guidelines around streaming has created confusion for the entire industry. According to her, the lack of clear guidelines made it important to address the problem, she said. As we moved from the model of theatrical box office bonuses to understanding how that translated to streaming, it had just become this nebulous thing with no guidelines around it. So to be able to impact that moves everything in the right direction. But yes, I would welcome more support.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I had to cough.
No worries.
Black Widow ultimately earned $379 million worldwide on a budget of around $200 million. Directed by Kate Shortland, the movie shows Natasha and Romanoff confronting matters from her past. Yeah, and it wasn't very good. The humor sucked. The whole plot of it sucked, and the fact that they decided they're going to release it after Natasha dies in, Endgame.
Right.
It's like, really? You're not going to release it before Endgame? You're going to release it after Endgame and expect us to care about a character that meets her demise?
Yeah. Yeah, they could have released it earlier. That's one of the problems I was going to hit on. Plus the fact that how is she going to get that box office return when it's on streaming and it's going at the same time? They did her dirty big time. They did her dirty. And the fact that she has no one standing up, well, they're probably afraid. If they stand up, who knows what will happen to them. But, in many ways, Scarlett Johansson here is basically ensuring that she'll never work for Disney again. But the sad thing is, how much does Disney freaking own?
And she may not be working for Disney, but there was a report that she might, keyword might, be working for DC as a love interest for Bruce Wayne in the Batman.
Interesting. Part two.
I mean,
but, yeah,
she could be my love interest. I don't care.
I don't care. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm just looking at it right now. But the thing is, though, is how much does Disney own?
So am I.
Yeah. I'm looking away so I can talk right now. But the thing is how much does Disney own? And all those fingers on there, if she's got a no-go for her. So she's lost tons of opportunities. And with this continuing thing of gobbling up left and right, it does affect her career. What else is Disney going to try to do in the future here? I don't think they can do much more. They're about ready to explode. But, we talk about this merger with that one and this merger. It starts making the actor's world a little smaller. If I was an actor right now, I'd try to contact people overseas, like in England or whatever, that's saying, hey, do you need a dumb Yank? Your token Yank and stuff? Because you do have a troop of Americans that go over there because they need to have Americans sometimes in their stories. What better than using American, right? And they can make a great career out of it. The guy who played Hollister in Red Dwarf. Mac McDavis, I believe. I can't remember fully his name. I hope I was close. But yeah, I mean, he's shown up on many productions that were done in England, like Red Dwarf, where they needed to have an American. He was also in the Bruce Willis movie, The Fifth Element. He was in The Fifth Element as one of the cops. Again, where was that movie filmed? And so on and so forth. So being a stock actor over there, at least you have more opportunities. And that's what I'd be doing right about now. It's like, get the hell out of town. Heck, I hear that North Korea is hiring on American actors to play bad guys over there. I mean, honestly. And that's what they do. When we get some of these people that jump ship and go to North Korea for whatever stupid reason, they try to recruit them into their their films and such as the American heavy. They give some more gravitas to their propaganda productions.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, if I was an actor, I would really be thinking about, hey, maybe I'll find other pastures somewhere to go, and maybe have a more fruitful career.
Yeah. You never know, but they did.
I mean,
they should have just held off on releasing the movie, or like we've said, even Jed's saying it, release it earlier.
Right. Yeah. And not have it released. The thing is all her peers are being quiet. Don't they realize this can happen to them too?
Unfortunately, a lot of Hollywood is a bunch of sheep, and they feel if they step out of line, then they're going to lose their career opportunities.
Well, you got sheep, and you got people who are afraid, legitimately afraid, and such. It takes a certain amount of bravery to stand up to that corporate kingdom, that feudalistic corporation, and their fife lords to do this, because what they can do to destroy your career. It's horrible, and these actors sometimes. Where's the freaking unions? Don't the actors have a freaking union to help protect them?
Yeah, they do. The one that was headed by Fran Drescher and negotiated.
Yeah, now it's run by
contract.
A hobbit. Yeah, now it's run by a hobbit. But where are they?
A hobbit and sometimes a turtle.
Yeah,
he was the voice of Raphael in the 2012 Turtle series.
Mm-hmm. But where are they?
He's also a Goonie, so what do you expect?
Yeah, he was a Goonie. Mm-hmm. And the son of John Ashton. Or stepson, I should say. But no, honestly, where are they? This is what the union is supposed to be for. This is what it's for. And they sit on their hands. This is supposed to be the full force of the actors coming back and saying, no, you hosed one of ours, which means you can do the same trick somewhere else. And we want to talk to you about this. No, this is coming to the level where you strike because of stuff like this. Not because you want to get, wanting impossible amounts of more money or whatever. No, this is what the actors union is supposed to be doing, is protect their people. That's what any union is supposed to be doing.
And this is where the actors union, where SAG failed.
Yeah. Well, they fail in a lot of things. So why be part of it? You're only going to give money to someone who doesn't need it, just so they can shoot your mouth off now and then and keep you out of work for 3 weeks, maybe a month. Same thing with the writers. How'd that go for you?
Not so well.
Yeah, it's a corrupt thing. SAG is corrupt. So is the writers. They're insular, ancestral, and I mean that way because they don't want to get outside of their little bubble, bring in the little nepotism babies, stuff like that. People who don't have talent, and fight for them, but screw all the others. It's a shame that there are no other actors that are standing up because they'll be left over. Are a bunch of them coming over to whoever's the head of SAG is? Well, now it's Sean Astin, but when Franz Yasser was in charge of it, and sit back and say, this is unacceptable. And if she sat back and said, there wasn't anything I can do about it, it's like, then why do we have you here? I think we need to have an election.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another problem that we have with Hollywood, is the unions. They are so corrupt. I'm not saying unions in general are a problem, but these unions are. And that should be part of the busting that's going on all across the board. It needs to be demolished and then rebuilt. God, I'm glad I'm not an actor.
Same here. I'm glad I'm not a writer in Hollywood either.
Me too.
But speaking of Hollywood and something that the actors are actually concerned about, well, let's go ahead and get into it, because our next two articles are part of the final article, because they're all related. Netflix to buy Warner Brothers and HBO Max in $82.7 billion deal. Billion with a B, Baron.
Yeah. How many nations could you buy with that? Give me that. I want to have a country to come.
How many people can you provide homes to with that amount of money?
Yeah.
Homes that they don't have to worry about paying a mortgage on it for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
All right. Acquisition expected. Yeah, it is. Acquisition expected to close following Warner Brothers Discovery's spinoff of Discovery Global TV Networks division in Q3 of 2026. All right. So it says it's official, in a move that will dramatically reshape the entertainment business. Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery announced an agreement Friday under which Netflix will acquire, pending FCC approval and, regulators looking at this thing with a fine
the toothless dog
tooth comb. And just because, you have those entities looking through it doesn't mean they're not going to just let it slide. They probably will. I mean, let's bring up 20th Century Fox and Disney. They let that thing go through.
Yeah, the last time they actually had a pair of cojones back in the day was when I can't remember which one of the two phone providers wanted to merge together, and they said, no. And that's about the last time.
Mm-hmm. But they came to an agreement on Friday, Netflix and Warner Brothers, to acquire Warner Brothers, including its film and TV studios, its gaming business, HBO Max, and HBO.
Okay, you know what this is going to be.
The deal has... I think we need to replace that scream with Arnold.
Yeah, we need a fight. How's it going? Just those 3 sound buttons. That's all you need to do. Yeah.
The deal has a total enterprise value, including debt, of approximately $82.7 billion, with an equity value of $72 billion. The company said the announcement of Netflix's deal to buy Warner Brothers streaming and studios business came after a weeks-long bidding war that pitted the streaming giant against David Ellison's Paramount, Skydance, and Comcast. News broke Thursday evening that Netflix had entered into exclusive negotiations with Warner Brothers Discovery on a deal for Warner Brothers and HBO Max. It says, I know some of you are surprised we're making this acquisition, Netflix co-CEO Ted. No, we're not. We know you want to have a monopoly.
Yeah. This is not surprising. They start saying about surprising. No, this is surprising. This is business as usual. Surprising would be if they actually broke them up. Now that's surprising news.
Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos said on a call with analysts Friday, but the company historically has been more builders than buyers. Yes, but in this case, you're buying someone else's properties, icons, and then you're going to Netflix them if the deal goes through. Netflix said
Sorry. Sorry about that. Excuse me. I don't know where that came from. You would think with the snow that would take care of. I think it's because it's dry. That's what it was.
I was saying maybe it's the dry air.
I think that's what it is. Sorry. I think I got it. I think it's clean now.
Netflix said it expects to maintain Warner Brothers' current operations and build on its strengths, including theatrical releases for films. I find that doubtful.
X for doubt. We need to have that X for doubt.
Currently, Warner Brothers has deals to release its film in cinemas through 2029. The near term Netflix signaled, it would keep HBO Max as a discrete service, while it also touted the addition of HBO and HBO Max content to its lineup. By adding the deep film and TV libraries and HBO and HBO Max programming, well, why don't you just get rid of one of them if you actually do get the company? You don't need two streaming services.
Yeah, I was just holding off.
Well, you know me, if I have to say something during the reading of an article, I'm just going to come out and say it.
Well, if I open my fat mouth, it's going to take I'll just wait until the end. There's just so much stuff in my head.
Netflix members will have even more high quality titles from which to choose. Yeah, and they'll also have to give up their appendages to do it.
Sorry, I had to laugh at that one. Tell us more about Fallout 4.
Yeah. The company said this also allows Netflix to optimize its plans for consumers, enhancing viewing options and expanding access to content. Yeah, it's going to be more expensive, folks.
Come at me, oh, sorry.
Netflix said it expects to see $2 billion to $3 billion in cost savings annually by the third year after the Warner Brothers deal closes. The company expects the transaction to be accretive to earnings per share by year 2. And this economy, you sure?
Yeah, that's why I chuckled here a little bit. Don't say these things while I'm drinking. I might spit it out.
All right. The cash and stock transaction is valued at $27.75 per share. Warner Brothers Discovery. The deal is expected to close in the next 12 to 18 months. The company said after the previously announced separation of Warner Brothers Discovery TV Networks division, Discovery Global, into a new publicly traded company, which is now expected to be completed in the third quarter of next year.
Hey, we should buy a couple of the stock. That's pretty low, 27. We should buy a couple of those stocks and do a hostile takeover. What do you think?
And we also have Johnny Dome. Welcome.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Most are against the purchase. I don't think it'll work. No, I don't think it's going to work either. I personally, in my own opinion, I don't want this deal to go through. This is a bad deal, not just for the industry as a whole, but for us, the audience.
Yeah,
the world is limiting us in our choices as to who we can go for streaming and who gets theatrical rights for the movies. And it also limits how long you can actually see a movie in theaters. You got to believe that if Netflix does officially get Warner Brothers, that the theatrical window is going to be much shorter, which means that theaters are going to get much less. And theaters depend on the sales that they get for movies, in particular with concessions.
Right. Love my popcorn.
I do too.
like
And you know me, I like my nachos.
I just said that. No one listens to me.
Yeah, I've seen different articles saying that they're against it too. And you can't blame them, because it means less money in their pockets too.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Guess they should have done their job.
Mm-hmm. It says under the terms
They didn't do their job.
No, under the terms of the agreement, each Warner Brothers Discovery shareholder will receive $23.25 in cash and $4.50 in shares of Netflix common stock for each share of Warner Brothers Discovery common stock outstanding at the closing of the transaction. The transaction was unanimously approved by the board of directors of both Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery. The deal is contingent on the completion of the spinoff of Discovery Global, as well as regulatory approvals. The approval of the deal by Warner Brothers, Discovery shareholders, and other customary closing conditions.
Mm-hmm.
I really think the FCC needs to put the hammer down and say no on this deal.
Right.
According to the companies, this acquisition brings together two pioneering entertainment businesses, combining Netflix's innovation, global reach, and the best-in-class streaming service with Warner Brothers' century-long legacy of world-class storytelling. Beloved franchises, shows, and movies such as The Big Bang Theory, The Sopranos, Game of Thrones, The Wizard of Oz, and the DC Universe will join Netflix's extensive portfolio, including Wednesday, Money Heist, Bridgerton, and Adolescence, and Extraction, creating an extraordinary entertainment offering for audiences worldwide. Netflix also will pick up the Warner Brothers Games division as part of the deal. Again, they're getting too much. They're becoming like Disney.
Yeah, it's just one kingdom absorbing in another kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
It's that feudalism, and all the other little companies to be in the fight, and I'm going to keep driving it home, because I want people to understand that this is what it is. Don't believe the lie that this is capitalism, because it's not. Look at it for what it is. This came about, this type of business, and I don't mean to be harsh on the Japanese, but it came from the Japanese, where basically they took their empire system and put it into the corporate world, and they started working in like a feudal system that they always had all along, even though the government changed. And then, of course, it was running efficiently, and all these people over here in America, especially when you're getting into the 80s and such, go, oh, look at that business model they have over there. We need to copy that. And that's the problem. I mean, they had workers sleeping at work and never seeing their family, not even seeing the birth of their children, being worn down, their life expectancy dropping because of what the corporations were expecting them to do over in Japan. And it's that hyperbole. Look it up yourself. The horrible, and some of that's still around today. And then you start hearing about all these animators and such doing the same thing to try to get a freaking movie out.
And Johnny Dome, we do have an article concerning Paramount and what they might do in retaliation to this particular deal between Netflix and Warner Brothers, but we'll get to it soon.
I got a headache because of all this shit.
It says the deal announcement did not say what role, if any, David Zaslav President and CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery will have as a result upon the completion of the deal. Zaslav was set to become CEO of the standalone Warner Brothers entity. Netflix faces a potential hurdle in clearing the WB deal, over antitrust issues, a point that Ellison's Paramount Skydance emphasized in its communications with the Warner Brothers Discovery Board. In its last bid, Representative Daryl Issa, Republican of California, raised the concern in a November 13th letter to the Trump administration, writing, with more than 300 million global subscribers and a vast content library, Netflix currently wields unequaled market power. Too much control.
Yeah, but yet they never show a lot of that content that they have, which means it's unattainable by us. I like Netflix back in the day because they had older stuff and all and whatnot, but now it's just the modern stuff generally because they're just being trendy now. But you found stuff from third-party people. I saw a black and white silent film done by a small company, if not fans, of the Cthulhu's movie, the whatever off the book of Lovecraft. It was black and white. It was silent. It only lasted like about 30 minutes, and it's like, wow, this is good. Mm-hmm. You don't get that anymore.
No, and Johnny, you're absolutely right. You have to put the blame on the previous owners of Warner Brothers before David Zaslav came in. And David Zaslav only bought the company so he can turn it around and sell it again.
Right. What faith do you have in somebody that's doing that? He's not going for quality. He's going for quantity. He wants to make a big buck off of it and go and buy his own island somewhere. I hear there's one that's for sale somewhere.
I don't believe that Netflix is going to care about any of the properties. All they're going to do is see them as a way of making money based on their names alone.
Right. I mean, I've been holding back. But
you don't have to hold back.
I just don't want to dominate over it. I was going to go towards the end there because I don't want to pontificate on something that might be in the story later. Which is,
okay. I'll continue then. Under the agreement, Netflix will pay Warner Brothers Discovery a breakup fee of $5.8 billion if the deal fails to close, under certain circumstances relating to the failure to obtain approvals, or if U.S. or international regulatory bodies block the transaction, the streamer disclosed in an SEC filing. We've signed a deal, and we are running full speed toward regulatory approval, Sarando said on the analyst call. Hollywood industry groups, including the Directors Guild of America and theater chain trade group Cinema United, have also come out in expressing fears that Netflix's takeover of Warner Brothers will harm the movie theater biz. Netflix, in its announcement, asserted that the deal will result in a stronger entertainment industry. Per the company, the acquisitions will enhance Netflix's studio capabilities, allowing the company to significantly expand U.S. production capacity and continue to grow investment in original content over the long term, which will create jobs and strengthen the entertainment industry. You can opine if you need to opine, Baron.
What a bunch of vomit soup we are being fed. This is a long story, too. Well, it's variety. They keep on going on and on.
Don't worry, I'll cut it off once it looks like we've gotten the gist of everything we need.
I think we're pretty much closer, but I think this.
Yeah, we are getting closer. I can tell.
This next bit is going to be important, though. So I'll let you finish this off. Of this,
the streamer also claimed that a combined Netflix Warner Brothers will provide more opportunities for a creative community, saying in a statement, by uniting Netflix's member experience and global reach with Warner Brothers' renowned franchises and extensive library, the company will create greater value for talent, offering more opportunities to work with beloved intellectual property, tell new stories, and connect with a wider audience than ever before.
Call bullshit. I call bullshit.
Our mission has always been to entertain the world, Sorando said in a statement. By combining Warner Brothers' incredible library of shows and movies, from timeless classics like Casablanca and Citizen Kane to modern favorites like Harry Potter and Friends, with our culture-defining titles like Stranger Things, K-pop Demon Hunters, and Squid Game, we'll be able to do that even better. Together, we can give audiences more of what they love and help define the next century of storytelling. It goes on to say, Greg Peters, co-CEO of Netflix, added Warner Brothers has helped define entertainment for more than a century and continues to do so with phenomenal creative executives and production capabilities. With our global reach and proven business model, we can introduce a broad... You okay? You all right?
I just went Fallout 4 again with that statement. Sorry.
With our global reach and proven business model, we can introduce a broader audience to the worlds they create, giving our members more options, attracting more fans to our best-in-class streaming service, strengthening the entire entertainment industry, and creating more value for shareholders.
I'm sorry.
I call bullshit.
Well, you know where the button.
I call bullshit.
There you go.
I'm saying it myself. I'm saying it myself because this is starting to become a lot of word salad.
Yeah, I think we're coming. Yeah, I think we're coming to the end of this fucking article. I mean, my first true swear word of the day. Look how long it lasts. 2 hours, 47 minutes, and 2 seconds into this program. I said my first real harsh swear word. I think I'm doing freaking good.
Hey, you're better than me.
Oh yeah. I'm taking pride and going, hey, you got a filthier mouth than I do. See, I don't count shite as a swear. Whatever. It's close to it, but it's not.
Warner Brothers Discovery's Zaslav said in the statement, today's announcement combines two of the greatest storytelling companies in the world to bring to even more people the entertainment they love to watch the most. Well, Netflix has only been creating their own content for the last decade.
Yeah, well, maybe 15 years or so. Their first show being Lillehammer. People don't know that. They want to try to say it was another show, but no, Lillehammer was actually the first one they had. I don't even know if you can find it on Netflix right now. Actually, it was a pretty good series. It's about a mobster who gets witness relocated, and he said he wanted to go to Lillehammer, Norway, because he saw the Olympics and thought it was nice. And that's what Stevie Ray Vaughan was the star of that.
Yep.
Okay. I think we've got enough word salad on this.
All right. You want me to go to the other article that's related to this, and then we'll talk about all of it.
Yeah. Okay, you got it. I might start laughing again. I don't know why. I shouldn't find this funny, but it's a comedy of errors. Let's put that way. Oh, hello. Who are these numbskulls?
One is David Zaslav. The other is the CEO of Paramount Skydance.
Okay.
Pick your poison.
Idiot 1 and Idiot 2. Okay.
Paramount lost WBD bid by 75 cents. Reportedly plans to counterattack. This is by Matt McGloin. And it was posted on Friday.
75 cents. By 6 bits. By 6 bits. Like, you didn't have anything in your pocket there next to your lint and your hopeful condom that you had in there that's been sitting there for about 5 years.
The Paramount fight for WBD isn't over. Now the New York Post reports that the Ellisons are furious after losing the bid to Netflix by just 75 cents a share. and are now preparing a counterattack that could blow the deal open.
Mm-hmm. Hope it destroys it all. So
Needs to break it up is what it needs to do.
yeah, hopefully this is the piece of that Jenga tower that they're pulling out. They'll cause it all to fall apart, and they just have to do everything over. It's just like, okay, we need to get rid of this, break it down. I hope it does.
Ellison's livid after Warner Brothers Discovery picks Netflix. The report says that Paramount Skydance offered $30 a share for Warner Brothers Discovery. Netflix effectively came in at $30.75.
What this reminds? This is what this reminds me of.
It's tit for tat.
Well, yeah, but it reminds me of when you go to these auctions, right? And I've been in one.
Do I hear 100? Do I hear 100? 110, 120.
Yeah. $120, $100.25 sold. And the guy who did the 100 sitting there going, what the F? That's how I got my Babylon 5 script. An auction. I'll tell you.
Despite the razor-thin margin, Warner Brothers Discovery accepted Netflix offer, and insiders say the Ellisons believe the process was tilted toward Netflix because Zaslav's friendship with Ted Sarandos. The hell you say?
What did I say about incestuous relationships? Not saying that they're brothers and all that, but they're brothers in arms. It's like it's like being part of that fancy club. I'm an Alpha Tau Ray. It's like, do you have to say a super secret handshake? Okay, there we go. Hey, tell you what, brother, 75 cents more. You got it, no problem.
They're now considering taking their case directly to shareholders in a hostile takeover.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if that happens, everybody grab your popcorn, sit back, and watch the fireworks.
Got my Cheetos ready. In my in the bean chair, ready to watch this show.
Warner Brothers Discovery says Paramount had 6 tries. The Post says that the people close to Warner Brothers Discovery say Paramount had multiple opportunities to top Netflix, but failed to deliver guaranteed cash. Oh, they tried. There were articles saying how much that Paramount was trying, and Zaslav was the one that turned them down.
Yep.
Netflix's offer includes a massive breakup fee and millions on hand, which weighed heavily in its favor. And Baron, you can go see Lord of the Rings, the extended edition, return to theaters for the 25th anniversary.
Oh, God. 25 years? Oh, I hate that. Not Lord of the Rings. It's just that it's been 25 years. We got shriveled up little hobbits now. They look like little raisins.
Even so, Warner Brothers Discovery insiders for the shite, that's what I'm saying.
I love it.
Admit a higher Paramount bid around $35 a share could still flip the entire outcome. It's not over.
Mm-hmm.
The report even says that Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav is open to a counter bid from the Ellisons. Despite all the static, Zaslav, known as Zaz in media circles, is said to be open for another counter bid from the Ellisons. Anything is possible before any merger closes, particularly one like this where the competition was some of the fiercest in recent corporate history, according to people close to Warner Brothers Discovery chief.
Listen, there's only one Zaz out there, and that's Zucker, Abrams Zucker.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
And Johnny Dome says, I think the bids shouldn't be public until someone wins, so the companies can't cheat.
Yeah, like two friends wouldn't talk over a cold beer in the back alley, going, "Yep, this is what the bid is. Yep."
Yeah, it'd be like Hank in the game, and on the front lawn. Yep. I tell you what,
Mm-hmm.
I heard that WBD Netflix deal might not go through because of Paramount. That is crazy. Well, indeed, man. And that's as far as I'll go with the Boomhauer.
Mm-hmm. Dang old thing telling me back and forth with being Warner Bros. I can't do it. Hank,
It's a conspiracy, Hank. That's
Yeah.
what it is, Hank.
And the thing is, Dale would be right.
It says hostile bid still on the table. The Olsens may go hostile and argue that a Netflix Warner Brothers Discovery merger would face law and antitrust pushback under the Trump administration. Netflix believes recent talks between Sarandos and Trump have eased those concerns. Either way, the battle isn't finished. Paramount is gearing up for another move. I mean, I'm playing this because Paramount owns this. Is this what we might see?
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
We don't know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We don't know.
Don't know. Don't know.
But
Not looking good.
honestly, the FCC really needs to take a good hard look at this.
Oh. And are we at the end of the stories? Is this the conclusion?
This is the conclusion.
Okay, good. First of all, they should have put this on eBay. I would like to have seen, this bidding war on eBay and see how things go out. They've been more public about it. Donald Trump needs to get off his ass on this one and talk to the FCC. He knows the entertainment industry. He knows, he's an entertainer as much as anything else, right? And he's been on TV shows, he's been in movies, poking fun at himself, in and around, with Hollywood in one fashion or another, or entertainment, be it boxing, wrestling, you name it, right? He knows. And he's got to know that this is not good. He needs to walk down to the FCC department and tell them, listen, do your freaking job. I know a lot of teeth has been pulled from the FCC. I know it has. That's why a lot of things get slipped through. That shouldn't be slipped through on television or such. It shouldn't be there because, we took those FCC rules back. Oh, we don't have the 7 dirty words now. It's 1.5. And whatnot. And it's just that we took all the ones that were on the list, got rid of them. We added what we think are the dirty words. You can't say the N word or the R word. Oh my God, you save that. And it's like, this is corporate suicide just as much as anything else. I mean, they're taking over that. What's the debt? What's the debt? And that's your sign. And this is part of what it is all about, is debt forgiveness. That a huge amount is not necessarily what the company is worth, but what debt also accrued with it.
Yeah.
So it shows you what a state is. The only way we can survive is by keeping on merging together and then hemorrhaging more money. And it's going to become one corporation, and it's going to be, Disney and all that, and everybody is going to be part of one kumbaya. And like you said earlier, why do we need to have a different streaming service? You're going to have this grandiose one. It should be just the one. And Lord knows how much that would cost a month, no matter what.
To keep both services up and running.
Well, the thing is think about when you start getting that market and you start getting, again, the monopoly. What are the prices are going to be shooting up to for these subscriptions? And, okay, I want the regular subscription and I want the one without the commercials. Well, tell you what, you only get 2 commercials and you can pay this much more instead of the 5, 6, 7. 3 of which are for empathy, and two are for taking care of women's problems down there. Okay, that's what it seems like. I keep on getting on mine, at least. This has to stop. This corporate feudalism has got to stop. It's got to be destroyed. This is the United States of America. You want to know where the fucking kings are? This is where the kings are.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones
These
that are
billionaires.
your entertainment. Right. They, in some ways, have more power than the government. Why? Because they can sway you. They can, indoctrinate you, tell you what to think. And Lord knows we've seen many of those sheep out there.
On both sides.
Guidance here. Right. And Trump, this is one of the things where I know Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, was doing it just to grandiose, but I agree with her on that one. She says this deal shouldn't go through, as well as the representative that you sat back, so both sides of the aisle. And you say he was talking to Trump. Well, I say it to Trump. Come on, you know better than this, Trump. Unless, of course, there's this grandiose plan, let them all destroy themselves and build up. I don't know. I mean, there's such a far gone thing. Let them die, as it goes. If they die, they die.
Mm-hmm.
They're on the path of doing that right now. Yeah. None of these mergers has helped these companies,
and they've only hurt the companies. We've seen that when Disney bought Marvel. We've seen that when Disney bought Lucasfilm. We've seen it when Disney's bought Fox. Mm-hmm. When it's done to those companies.
Right.
And real quick, I do want to say hello to Tommy, and thanks again for joining us last night as we watched and talked Star Trek: The Motion Picture. It's a lot of fun, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Welcome on board, you and your elite team of guinea pig special forces. No, this is a horrible thing. We need that trust busting going on right now. About the only thing that Trump hasn't shown us, that Theodore Roosevelt, because I make constant comparisons between the two, right? And but the only thing he hasn't done that Theodore Roosevelt did was bust trusts, and you need to do that.
It needs to happen.
It would help the economy. It's like, oh, now you actors and all that are stepping up and whining and crying. You had your chance before. You just sit on your thumbs. You unions are worthless. You have no power. And congratulations with all that's happening out here. You're all going to be out of a job soon anyways.
But I also want to bring up this comment by Johnny. Now, what would you think if Paramount gets Warner Brothers, a Babylon 5, being under the Paramount umbrella? Babylon 5 was the blueprint for Deep Space Nine.
Right, exactly. I mean, it was offered to Paramount. Hey, I got this show. Now we already got a space show, which is what the original Star Trek was suffering from when they were going from network to network. But there's something ironic about it, but I just don't want them to touch it. I mean, I'd like to see more stuff out of Babylon 5, but I can't trust anybody now. So it's like, let's leave it where it's at.
Part of me, Baron, part of me, the fan in me, would like to see a proper crossover. You get J. Michael Straczynski involved. He knows Star Trek.
Yeah.
You get that crossover of Babylon 5 and Deep Space Nine.
I don't want that. I'm not that geeky.
I know, Baron, but at least if we got something like that and it was from J. Michael Straczynski, at least he knows the Star Trek universe as well as his own universe.
Well, and that's the thing that's important there. It's like he tried many times to get involved in Star Trek. I mean, he did write one of the comic issues back in the day, before Babylon 5, and he is a big Star Trek fan. I don't know why they kept snubbing him, because he would have been perfect for Star Trek. I mean, he even tried to do a reboot of the series back in 2005 or so, trying to say, hey, here, I'd like to, now that Enterprise is over and such like that, I'd like to do this, blah. And I think the treatment's still out there somewhere. I thought I saved it, but it must be on a different computer. But yeah, I'd like to see. Well, I don't know about now. J. Michael Straczynski seems to be starting to fall off a little bit. He's starting to sound a little. Are you okay? Are you okay, Joe? Is it everything okay, Joe? Especially now he fled to England and is trying to become an expat, as you should say. People are getting excited, saying, "Oh, he should take over Doctor Who." It's like, no, you know what? Let die. Let Star Trek die. Let them all die, and they can raise up miraculously in a few good years and become better.
Mm-hmm.
But Straczynski being it, I mean, it would have been interesting. What an interesting thing if during the time that this was going on, and he found some time during Babylon 5, that he was able to go over and do something with DS9. Maybe the last season, DS9, being that Babylon 5 was over at that time. Just to see what would be going on. I mean, but there was such animosity between the studios. Like Patricia Tallman sat back and said, it's like, you don't mention that you're working on the other show over there. And, so she was kind of keeping that down low when she was doing her work on the, Next Generation and such.
Yeah, because she was a stunt performer too.
Yep. Yeah, you see her a lot, actually. She was the stand-in for Gates McFadden and stunts for her. So, and she filled out that uniform pretty damn good too. So with that animosity, but it'd just be funny that all of a sudden now it's part of the fold. But as much as I really adore Babylon 5, it frightens me.
You just want them to stay separate entities in their own universes and never meet.
I've never liked these mashups that they have out there, especially who would beat who and stuff like that. Because again, you're playing in other person's universe. Now it works a bit with
you don't even have to have it where the crew of DS9 is going against the crew of Babylon 5. You could have it where they're helping each other out.
Well, yeah, and that's the point I'm making there. But they always sit back and have that. But it's like, well, things are different between the technologies are different between the two things. How they do things is different between the two universes. It doesn't mesh right. You know what I mean? Attitudes, everything. The Minbari ships being basically gravity drive devices, which would be far ahead of Federation. They'd love to have that. Anybody would. Earth wanted that. And of course, then you're dealing with the Omega class with the rotating section because they can't generate gravity and they're using still fusion drives compared to what the Federation had. And even it comes down to a bit of a physics. Even though they're science fiction programs, they almost have their own physics. I mean, look at Star Trek 4. Power goes out, the shuttles inside the space dock just stop. It's like, no, they would have kept on going until they hit the freaking wall. Or as I was saying the other night there too, the space battles in Babylon 5, how different they were to Star Wars and Star Trek with their with the Peregrine such and fight, where they're flying around like they're freaking airplanes. But Babylon 5 was so much more believable how they had the Star Furies and how it grabbed me on that first episode. That's why I just don't like these mashups, because they don't.
They
but the technology
they don't work well a lot of times, but Johnny does bring up one that did actually work pretty well. I actually enjoyed the animated movie, the Batman Ninja Turtles crossover.
Well, you know what? That works because the atmosphere and everything about the universes are about the same, right? Except they're underground and he's above ground. Just like Judge Dredd and Batman. That worked. It did involve the fact that you had the transmitter, time and dimension transmitter that they had, which was established already in Judge Dredd. But, when you have the Joker siding up with Judge Death, it fits. And Judge Death is sitting back going, this guy's weird, But again, you have Judge Dredd, Mr. Law, and you have Batman, Mr. Vigilante helping out the law. You can see where those two headstrong personalities clash, and they did, and it worked. If you're good, even when you get to Marvel and DC, sometimes when you had their mashups, it worked because again, you're in the superhero realm. It didn't matter how someone got their power because it varied in each universe. Superman being an alien, a Blue Beetle getting it from the Scarab, the Flash because of chemical absorption. Marvel, people were mutated. The mutations started coming out, or I was bit by a radioactive spider, or I had too much gamma rays and turned green. I mean, each one had, so it could mix, it could match, and it was interesting to see. It would, it was interesting to see certain heroes, basically their mirror counterparts. Let's to be honest, folks. There was a bit of mirroring going on back and forth between the two, but to see the opposites and how they react to each other, that works too. But to take something like Star Wars and throw it into Star Trek, it doesn't work across any line. Again, taking Babylon 5 and I don't even like the Doctor Who crossovers with Star Trek. Again,
I couldn't get into it. I tried, but I couldn't get into it.
All right. Now, if you had Doctor Who mixed in with Blake 7, that would have worked, and they were wanting to do that. Gareth Thomas was good friends with Tom Baker, and they were saying, hey, can we somehow have kind of a crossover episode with the Doctor? That would have worked. But, it's like, what is this crossover thing going to work with? And a lot of it just gets to be too fanboyish and ridiculous. And it's like, yeah, I left that camp a long time ago, folks. But I do like the thought of going, what if this character was in charge instead of? What if Cisco was in charge of Babylon 5? And now you're going with the performance, the character. You're not doing the whole universe thing, right? His family might have been killed by the Minbari during the Earth Minbari
Or the Shadow.
War instead of the Borg. Yeah, are the Shadows, which of course Sinclair had that, and it would have been for Sheridan too. Sheridan, Sinclair, but it would have been the same for Sheridan because his girlfriend in season 1, if that story would have continued on, she would have been the one that got captured on Zahadum, and she would have been the one that would come back and do all that instead of Melissa Gilbert. So you can see how he had to change certain things. But yeah, exactly. What if his family was with the Shadows, or maybe the Minbari? It doesn't matter, but he has that grudge out there. Or what if you had, what if you had Londo Malari on DS9 as one of the ambassadors there, or counselors, or whatever? Maybe he's the one that came through from the Delta Quadrant and trying to act like a middleman between the two. That would work.
Mm-hmm.
Because you talk about the character. Characters can go between universes, but the universes don't necessarily can go into the other universes. I'm talking about technology, stuff like that.
No, it'd be fun to have a Babylon 5 character cross over and experience something like the Transporter.
Oh, yeah.
And Anthony, I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
I hope he's doing well.
I hope he is too. Glad everybody's here.
But yeah. I mean, these characters are even just having those actors going in there, knowing what you saw in another performance. It's like I still dream, often of Malcolm McDowell, not Malcolm McDowell, but Roddy McDowell and Robert Preston having their chances of playing Doctor Who. I think they would have been excellent actors. About one of the only American actors I can even think of playing Doctor Who, Robert Preston, because Roddy McDowell was, of course, from overseas.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is watch Fright Night and see how he plays that, and it's like, yeah, he would have been a great Doctor. Even my wife said that when she watched it with me. and she's not big into this stuff.
No, not like
No.
you are, but if the long suffering can even see that a certain actor would have been a great doctor, then that says something.
Right. And he did such a good performance in there. But on the topic at hand, though, is Freddy with Ghostface. Well, I mean, for crying out loud, we had Jason and Michael Myers clawing each other. You had Predator and Alien, and it's like, I suppose those universes, at least, can clash together. There's a lot of wiggle room with those. But some of these just have two defined lanes and curbs in it. But going back to subject at hand, no, this merger is going to be horrible. Trump, do something about it.
Not
it's
just
bad.
Trump, Democrats and Republicans in Congress and the Senate.
No, well, the
Stop
reason why I'm saying Trump is I don't expect him to go over there and wave a magic wand. That's not his job. That's out of his range. But he does have the ability to talk to the people at the head of the FCC, and you just go down there and say, "Hey, you like this job? I love this job, sir." Well, you won't be for long unless you do something about that. He can do that. That's in his power. But yes, Congress needs to also step up and let the voices heard. We the people should. But I don't think a lot of it. But the thing is, you got people out there thinking, "Oh, that'd be great. Then we'll have one big package. We don't have to buy all these other ones." You're not seeing the big picture.
You're not thinking fourth dimensionally.
Yeah.
To quote Dr. Brown.
Yep. This is going nowhere. It's a Band-Aid. It's an $82 billion Band-Aid.
For a company that was already failing, like Johnny said, before Zaslav even bought it.
Right. Oh, I got my carotid artery cut. Okay, here's this Band-Aid. How's that working for you? Doctor of the Year. No. And Disney's going to be in the same way. I mean, these all are, and people should be afraid. If you don't like how entertainment's been going, this is going to, then you're really not going to like it.
We've already seen what Netflix does with their own programs.
Yeah, and
now imagine if they get their hands on Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Babylon 5, Baron.
Yeah. You know what? I think Babylon 5 is below the radar enough that they probably won't think of that one. Because Warner Brothers just, whatever it is, Warner Brothers and because of that primetime entertainment network thing, there's much animosity about that for some reason. No, I don't know why. Somebody's ego got hurt. Their fifis were hurt because of it. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, it's just. And then, of course, let's not forget some frisky dingo over there going in there going, you know what? We're going to have to do some trimming and editing of some of these movies because they're problematic. They have problematic stuff in there. People might be offended. We're
going to have to digitally alter some of these scenes so they don't appear as offensive.
Oh, wait a moment. Breaking news. Unfortunately, I'm on this one thing that you can't bring it up, but this is from The Street. It's Netflix quietly drops Warner Brothers Discovery Cable Channel in sale. The streaming wars just ended. Great cracks. I mean, I don't know who this is, but it did come up on the headline that I have over here. So I'm hoping there's some, as a breaking news thing.
Okay, let me try to find their site and I'll bring it up.
Yeah, it's called The Street. I've heard of them. I think they're pretty much reputable. But this was this. They said this dropped like 2 minutes ago. They heard us. People are listening to us.
I don't know that it's us, Baron. I think
I know. It's just trying to pump us up and try and make our chat going. Hey, we're powerful. We're on a powerful station here. We're on a powerful stream. That Mike, he's a juggernaut.
and me, I'm always trying to be humble because the way I look at this, when it comes to streaming, it could be taken away at any time.
Oh Lord, it's hard to be a humble when you're perfect in every way. I can't see in the mirror. I get better looking each day.
Yeah, I'm far from it, Baron.
I love that song by Jerry Reed. I miss Jerry Reed.
Okay, so I got the article. Netflix quietly drops Warner Brothers Discovery cable channels in sale. Customers will have to shift to a new service to watch their cable favorites. And this was posted at 10:17 a.m. Eastern time this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's by Niall Wrigley.
Ridgely.
And let's see what
it sounds like he might be a bit British there, Ridgely.
Maybe. It says the streaming wars just ended. Great cracks have opened up in the Earth's crust, and your favorite cable content is about to be swallowed up, disappearing from your HBO subscription. Dramatic? Maybe, but subscribers will find their Warner Brothers Discovery favorites elsewhere once or if, as the New York Times noted, this week's gargantuan $72 billion sale of Warner Brothers to Netflix goes through. According to Netflix official press release, on December 5th, Warner Brothers will separate its Discovery and other traditional cable assets into a new publicly traded company called Discovery Global. The separation is set to complete in Q3 of 2026 prior to the closing of position per NPR's reporting.
Boo.
Here's what networks will split off from Netflix and Warner Brothers to comprise Discovery Global. Discovery Global will focus on entertainment, sports, and news brands. The newly separated publicly traded company holding the Global Networks division, Discovery Global, will include premier entertainment, sports, and new television brands around the world. Netflix's December 5th release stated, Discovery Global will include CNN, TNT Sports in the US, and Discovery free-to-air channels across Europe, and digital products such as Discovery Plus and Bleacher Report. I'll trawl through the nitty-gritty of which specific channels and other properties are making the jump over and look at how Discovery Global will look to compete in a packed, cutthroat industry. Again, it's an industry that needs to be broken up.
Mm-hmm.
It says cable channels leaving HBO and Netflix. Go ahead.
It does now. Does this mean that this is going to be its own separate company away from those two?
Yes, that's what it seems to sound like to me.
So that's kind of what I was kind of saying. That possibly could start happening. Divesting of this, divesting of some of these because it's too bloated. Interesting, but stupid. I'm color me intrigued.
In his infinite wisdom, Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav had already been planning a split of Warner Brothers Discovery into global networks, which will now become Discovery Global, and streaming and studios, which will be absorbed by Netflix. Since June 9th, per Warner Brothers press release, with this deal spurning the bidders who would have potentially kept Warner Brothers Discovery together, Paramount, NBC, Comcast, those plans will now actually come to fruition. The Discovery Global separation will mirror Zaz, Warner Brothers Discovery Global Networks, Warner Brothers Discovery Streaming and Studios bifurcation plans. Here's what content was planned to go where, complete with colorful logos for our corporate pilled minds. So Warner Bros. Discovery Global Networks would include Discovery, Bleacher Report, Home and Garden, CNN's on there,
Mm-hmm.
the Learning Channel. Well, I mean, it really hasn't been the Learning Channel for a long time.
No, it's just TLC. They don't even want to call it Learning. We're TLC now.
TNT, Eurosport, Nove, NCAA. You've got Cartoon Network. I mean, what's left of Cartoon Network? Not much.
Oh, a bunch of
Food Network.
Scooby-Doos and plain old Scooby-Doos and Teen Titan Goes.
TBS, NHL, and several others, including MLB.
Mm-hmm.
While WBD streaming studios would have been Warner Brothers DC Studios and Warner Brothers Europe and HBO Max and New Line Cinema and TNT Sports.
Mm-hmm.
But it says, as you can see, Global Networks was set to include all Warner Brothers Discovery's more traditional cable assets. And is that it? No, that is not it.
Mm.
And it says Discovery Global will follow this blueprint. These assets include cable networks, Discovery, HGTV, CNN, TVN, TNT, TLC, Cartoon Network, Food Network, TBS, DMAX, Adult Swim, and on-demand streamer Discovery Plus. However, a closer look at the future Discovery Global asset chart helped me realize an even more valuable truth about the Splits division of assets. Discovery Global will take Warner Brothers sports properties. In addition to its non-sports cable networks, Discovery Global will also take away all of Warner Brothers Discovery's sports asset. This, I believe, is what is being missed in the split, and its impact will be considerable in a crowded, competitive sports broadcasting market. Yeah, you have ABC, you have Fox, you have CBS, NBC.
Right.
Here's
power under one umbrella.
Mm-hmm. Here's what Discovery Global might look like according to Warner Brothers Discovery's June 2025 press release. And for U.S. sports, it would be NASCAR, March Madness, Major League Baseball, hockey, the Olympics, of course, CNN, TVN, and then, you have Bleacher Report, CNN.
Mm-hmm.
To review, Discovery Global sports assets will include rights to broadcast select games from March Madness, NASCAR, the MLB, the NHL, the College Football Playoff, as well as the Olympics, the UEFA Champions League, and the Premier League. Discovery Global will compete with NBC in live sports. Why do I think this is such a game changer? Well, sports, above all else, are the biggest boon to ratings and subscribers in today's on-demand content landscape.
Mm-hmm.
If you have sports rights, you have live viewers. NBCU, Comcast certainly buys into this belief as of its Q3 earnings report. It has accordingly made sports the crux of its entire strategy going forward. We're building momentum across NBC and Peacock as we head into one of the most exciting stretches of live sports in our history. Comcast CEO Dave Roberts stated, as reported by The Hollywood Reporter, and in February we'll have the Super Bowl, Winter Olympics, and NBA All-Star Weekend, followed by the World Cup on Telemundo in June, and Comcast President Michael Cavanaugh.
Telemundo, that's kind of like ESPN Ultra, right?
Believe it or not, I did watch it when I had satellite and also when I had cable.
See?
See? I
Surprised
had the captions on so I could understand what was being said, but I did watch it and listen to it to try to pick up the language.
How'd that go for you?
It went okay.
Mm.
This strategic pivot comes on the back of NBC's eye-watering $27 billion 11-year takeover of NBA broadcast rights from TNT earlier this fall. TNT, of course, is or was a Warner Brothers Discovery network. The return of the NBA to NBC shifted its weekly schedule, giving NBCU properties, NBC, ABC, Peacock, a leg up when it came to exclusive national broadcast streaming. I mean, you have to have all these in order to watch sports anymore. I know WWE fans aren't happy about the WWE deal with ESPN.
Yeah.
And of course, having to have Netflix to watch Monday Night Raw or even regular cable to watch the USA Network or Friday Night SmackDown. It says earlier this year, NBC partnered with Amazon to edge out TNT and Warner Brothers in a joint deal for a brain-destroying, trying for something more extreme than eye-watering $76 billion 11-year sum, as reported by The Athletic. The deal came into action this October with the start of the NBA season. From where we stand now, that deal appears to have been the initial domino leading to the Warner Brothers to Netflix sale. The author also goes on to say, I hate to map it out this way, but my reporting has tracked the path throughout. First, the NBA deal went through, then Paramount started discreetly sending offers to Warner Brothers. Next, the bidding broke wide open with Comcast, NBCU, Disney, and the eventual winner in Netflix formally entering the fray. Amid this, Comcast, NBCU pounded its chest about its sports assets in its quarter 3 earnings report, which got the others thinking. Then Comcast, NBCU poached Taylor Sheridan from Paramount Plus for $1 billion over a decade plus, which got the others worrying. Take a breath here before the final stretch.
He gets more convoluted. Yeah, you need to take a breath before he continues on. I mean, he's doing better reporting in this one than fucking Variety.
Next, the
This
Sheridan.
is what I expect.
Yeah, this is what we need. Next, the Sheridan poaching got Paramount desperate, leading to White House pressure and Saudi money entering the chat. At this point, Disney bowed out based on the belief that its strong 2026 movie slate will be enough to keep it in the game going forward. Are we sure about that?
Yeah.
Then Wicked for Good rocked the domestic box office the weekend before Thanksgiving, boosting Comcast NBCU's morale. This was quickly followed by Disney's Zootopia, knocking Chinese box office out of the park. Sorry, mixed metaphor, meaning they did extremely well there. Then Exhale. Hey, I had to do it. This deal came through late by the morning of December 5th, as we all finally digested our turkey. Warner Brothers Discovery and Netflix are set to enter exclusive negotiations for an $82.7 billion pre-debt, $72 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers streaming and studios. And the world will never be the same unless President Donald Trump blocks it. Paramount goes hostile, which was mentioned in that previous article from Cosmic Book News.
Yep.
What? Paramount goes hostile after its superior bid was rejected. Antitrust, anti-monopoly regulators jump in, or any other powerful forces step in to stop it. Regardless of the big picture outcome, The Warner Brothers Discovery Global Network and streaming studio split is finally beyond being just smoke. It's now a full fire with corporate structuring, both internal and external. That will be hard to pass up no matter how the Warner Brothers acquisition saga ends.
Amen.
And I'm going to make sure I have this article in the description on both the YouTube side and the Rumble side.
See, I search for news that might be coming up while we're doing this show. See, I'm useful. I'm useful. But this is a lot clearer. This makes a lot of things clearer and more information because more information came out.
Yeah.
So you know what? When I was
it's less wordy, less word salad is what this article was,
and more witty. You know, we're not getting the blah blahs from the executives, which it sounds intellectual, but isn't. But this is part of my prediction. What I was saying is kind of gone wrong. Remember, I was saying that this was going to be happening to Disney. Now it's happening with these guys. You have to divest, or get rid of one of your, elements or such, and voila, first time. If this is going full-fledged, not in their control, this is the first time. This might be the first time we see this happening, and it's going to start happening more and more as they get rid of the dead weight in there, and they want to go with just the big stuff. And that might, if this deal goes through, might be a good launching pad for things to come. But again, at what cost? I'd rather see more of this happening. So,
and you're absolutely right, Godzillionaire. They would have gone belly up with Sherry Redstone.
Yep. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't even blame the previous before the guy that's sitting here. I even go back a couple more. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But these guys think that they're feudal emperors when they're not.
And they think they're kings, like you said earlier.
Right. Kings, emperors, however you want to call it, because it's corporate feudalism, and they have their little fiefs, and we need Apollo Atreides coming in just to shake everything up.
We need somebody to come in and shake things up, and put their foot down, put the hammer down, and say no. This deal is not going through. It hurts the industry as a whole.
Yeah. And that's not far enough. And while we're at it, we're going to have to take a look at the entire freaking industry. And we might have to bust you. And that's the reason why I'm sitting back saying about Trump getting involved. Go to the FCC and who else is in charge of this and say, do your freaking job. Because it's not good for the economy. And it's not.
Yeah, and you can't rule out someone like Bezos coming out of the shadows.
Right. Do we really want that?
No.
No.
We're already seeing what Amazon is doing with certain properties, Tomb Raider being one of them.
Sorry, excuse me. Oh, it came back again. That guy. Oh, okay. I'm better now.
You sure?
What? I'm sorry. I don't know where that one came
from. I thought so. I thought so.
Yeah, stay away.
Yeah,
just ship me my book and shut up, Bezos.
But go ahead and say, I'm being pessimistic about it, because I am. I'm going to admit it to you. I am pessimistic about this deal. I don't think this is good for us, the customer.
I'm pessimistic but optimistic at the same time. That I'm looking back, and either way, This is going to be a changer for everything because, again, the Discovery being let loose and going on their own. If this goes through, or if it gets tumbled down, it's either one's going to be hopefully immediate destruction of a lot of stuff, or we got that rogue nation going out there and inspiring, and showing that it can be done. And the other companies start following in behind it because they know they can't sustain it. They know it is a drag on them. And I still hold the first thing that's going to go from Disney will be Lucasfilm.
Then Marvel.
Mm-hmm. Then Marvel.
I don't see Disney letting go of Pixar.
No. If they let go of Pixar, you know it's the end. That would be the last desperate gasp that Disney's trying to do to stay alive. I will put that in there. But if Mandalorian and Grogu doesn't do well, you might be seeing the days of Lucasfilm, I should say, going elsewhere. And I don't see them destroying it. It's too valuable to destroy, especially after they got hosed. They got hosed, but they hosed themselves by taking the goose that laid the golden egg and beat it up so much that all it can do is tin. It can't even do copper. So I think that's the one that really brutalized them the worst right at this moment. And then it will be Marvel. I think they still think there's something left of Marvel. But I think they're just about ready to wash their hands of Lucasfilm because it's been the one that's really strained them the most.
And you know what I think they're banking on? I think they're banking on the original cut of Star Wars when it's released for the 50th anniversary on February 19th of 2027. I think they're banking on that making money.
Yeah, but a lot can happen between then and now.
Yeah, there may not be theaters between then and now.
Yeah. Either that or Disney, chaos inside Disney and breaking up and things like that. You never know. There's a lot of things can happen in that time period.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We have a year and a few months before 2027.
Yeah. And we're already seeing cracks happening. This Discovery thing is a sure sign of it. If this goes through, it means that the cracks are becoming much more visible. They can't sustain it. And now they're going to try to do cherry picking to see what they think will be the best for them. And it'd be absolutely hysterical if Discovery starts out doing them because they start doing those things right over what they should be done right over there.
I do follow Clownfish TV, and
yeah,
from what Clownfish TV has been saying about the parks, it doesn't sound good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, the parks was the thing was keeping them alive the most.
Yeah, that's how they made all their revenue.
Really? Mm-hmm. Right. And they let their parks go to trash with this garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's have Sleeping Beauty walking around with a freaking beard, which I wish I could say was a joke.
Pat, good to see you, brother.
He was the Snow White walking around with a beard at Disney, by the way, just so you know. I mean, when you have your Star Wars thing all done up, but you tell people you can't go in there dressed up. What the hell, man?
You can't dress up like the characters because they think that people will confuse you for the character that is actually working at the park.
No, it's even more insidious than that. If you're walking in there, you're walking in with your toys. You might be bringing your own lightsaber. You're wearing your own Jedi robes instead of buying their crappy robes and their lightsabers that they have. That's what it was all about.
They want control, Baron. They want
Yeah.
control.
Right. It had nothing to do with their performers or whatever they call them, their actors.
But that's
whatever.
their excuse that they'll use.
That's an excuse. That's an excuse, and everybody knows that's bullshit. At least anyone with half a brain knows that's bullshit.
Yeah, the only people that are actually
profit margin.
the only people that are actually going to the parks right now, in there, are the vloggers and the Disney adults.
Oh, God help us all. Which help destroy things. That guy who pretends he's a woman so he can cause all these issues. I can't remember what the heck that guy's.
You don't need to bring up his
so he's in
name.
there.
I'm tired of. I'm tired of seeing his crap. I've blocked it on social media. I'm just tired of seeing a bunch of crap.
He's doing this inside Disney, doing these BS. How bad I'm being treated, stuff. That doesn't help.
No.
I don't see much of him anymore, but thank God.
I saw something yesterday that popped up on my feed. It's like, I don't want to see this. I've seen enough.
I thought you blocked. I blocked him. Why is he showing up? I know I hate that when I block things and all of a sudden they start showing up. It's like
you want to know why they show up still? Because of someone that you're following and they follow you, follows that particular social media account. It'll still show up. You could block another social media account to try to keep yourself from seeing that stuff. But if they're following another one that shows that stuff, you're still going to see it.
Whoever's doing that, screw you.
You know what I'm trying to get on my feed? Actual news.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that too. All I get is clickbait. You bet your ass are kicking Disney's butt when it comes to the theme parks, especially with Epic Universe. Mm-hmm. They're kicking their butt. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing about it, Harry Potter Land. They'll let you come in dressed up as the wizards.
Mm-hmm. They want that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you might have your own wand, but maybe you want to get a wand there as a special keepsake or whatnot. Talk about being more fan-friendly. Disney is not fan-friendly anymore. They're hostile to the fan. Yes. But it's like, there's one of the reasons. It's like, come on in. Go ahead. Wear your robes. Go ahead, wave your wands, except for you Animats, please. Put it away. Anonymous, we don't need to see that. Yeah. Yes, it's impressive. It's impressive. We have to sit back and say that, but please.
And the watch party that Hada is referring to will be our F1 watch party, and that will be on January the 11th.
Come on. Calm down about that. We're going to see it. Settle down. Deep breaths.
He's excited. And I watched the first few minutes of it, and I'm going, oh, yeah, this is good. Mm-hmm. I don't want to watch any more because I want to be able to save the rest of the movie and react to it with everyone else. And then on the 14th of January, everybody, we're going to be watching Alita Battle Angel.
Ooh. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's a good movie too. Mm-hmm. And Godzilla and I went to Epic Universe this past summer. It was awesome. Mm-hmm. And Anonymous says, "You're just jealous of his wand."
Actually, I am.
You two need to discuss that amongst yourselves. I'm like Mike Myers with his Linda Richmond sketch. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Coffee talk.
I'm just jealous that mine isn't any. My wand isn't any. Buddy Hackett, who was known for being in Disney films and voicing in Disney animation,
Yeah.
was one of the filthiest comics out there. I mean, absolute and crazy. He was insane. That man was certifiably insane, but funny. And of course, when he was doing his thing about one of his bits, he was talking about men in the restroom, and how you do the double tap after you do the stand up, and then he goes. Then there's others that say ring it out. He's doing this ringing thing, and it's like, oh, funny, but it's like painful to watch at the same time. That's why you have wands that are crooked. You don't ring it out. Oh yeah, Bob Saget was he was absolutely friggin' filthy. They had to put notifications because at first when they saw that he was doing his shows, they'd bring their families thinking, oh, he's
Danny Tanner
guy. Yeah, and then they started. When they got shocked, it's like, this is not for kids. And of course, I'm sure parents were dumb enough to do that. Even though it's prominently displayed, I can read it. Can't stand. Oh,
the guy from Full House and America's Funniest Home Videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Red Fox was absolutely filthy. I mean,
Richard Pryor.
Oh God! And of course, we needless to say, Eddie Murphy in the day. I mean, his one, I think Raw almost got an X rating. They had to do a couple tweaks so it wouldn't get an X rating because it was so filthy.
you know who I wanted to see in person, never got the chance. Robin Williams.
Yeah, you don't know which way that would have gone when he's up there on stage. He just wind him up and let him go.
He's like a wind-up toy.
Mm-hmm. And that would have been interesting to see. I mean, as much as what we know now, that's the Parallel Universe video store that I hope I can reach my hand to and grab that one to pull out and see. I as much respect to Richard Pryor that I do have for all that, I honestly think, and knowing how Richard Pryor acts or acted, I honestly think Cleavon Little was the better choice. I hate to say, because Cleavon was just so great in there, and and we know how Richard Pryor, especially when he was doing his movies with Gene Wilder, and then he had that one, The Toy, with Jackie Gleason, Superman 3. We kind of know how he acts, so you can put that into. Okay, you just take that and put it in for him playing Sheriff Bart, and you just kind of go, who would have been the better one? It's like, really, honestly, Cleavon was the best choice. Really,
yeah, he was.
And Richard Pryor was dead, but don't get me wrong, he was good.
I'm not saying he wasn't good at all. I just think Cleavon Little just nailed it.
Yeah. Not only was he coked out, the other thing too was the studio was, because at that time Richard Pryor had a little bit of a stigma because of some of his actions. So the studios were afraid to have him cast in the film. So that was the other reason too. But yeah, being coked out and all that stuff, and it didn't help matters much. There was a lot of factors. It was basically because he was Richard Pryor that he didn't get the part.
But Baron, I don't know about you, but I think we've talked about all that we can talk about for today, at least.
Well, unless we just go into general stuff, but my butt is numb. I can't feel my butt.
In other
I'm
words, he needs to
paralyzed.
get up and he needs to move around.
I'm paralyzed from the neck up. Oh, that's every show, though.
But I do want to go ahead and thank everybody who has dropped in today, and really appreciate everybody taking the time to listen to Baron and I and me try to pronounce names and failing at it. And also going, no, don't even try it. But I want to thank the Comic Relief Crusader. Good to see you, Mike. Gotta get Mike back on sometime, Baron.
Yeah, I do agree. Mike and Mike show.
Same goes with Pop Culture Mechanic. It's been too long since we've done a stream together.
Oh, then we go going Canadian there, eh?
Yeah. And of course, Anonymous. You know, you and him could, you know, show off your wizard skills and
Yeah.
see who's the better wizard. And of course, Lady Mist. Always glad to have you around, Lady Mist. Good friend of the channel.
Yep.
And of course, Phil McCracken. Phil, again, like I said, I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's amazing. We actually had a Phil sighting. And we didn't have to say his name 3 times.
Well, I mean, you know what happens when we say it 3 times. When there's a good possibility he's still lurking. You just never know.
Yeah. Well, that's why I didn't say his name 3 times.
And Jet, good to see you, brother. Of course, DJ Ronnie G and his turtles. He wants Code of Honor to be an episode of The Adventure Continues, so Star Trek discussion. I need to get with him about that and
have a special warning.
Yeah, special warning. I can't promise I'll maintain my Vulcan composure during that particular stream, but it might be more my Klingon side.
Come on, 2 hot chicks in a cat fight. I love it.
And of course,
you can sing Ebony and Ivory. They fight for total supremacy. You know?
And of course, good to see Tommy of Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective.
Blank.
Godzillionaire. Padawannabe. And for some reason, and I'm gonna fix that right now.
Oh, I won't have kittens.
But no, I'm not having kittens, but for some reason when I hit the star for Johnny, it didn't star it. So
what?
Johnny, thank you very much. And
yeah, you know, they had the animated movie, but you know what? I thought it was really good. So
I like the Babylon 5 animated movie.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a watch party in February. In February, it's going to be Unforgiven and Babylon 5, The Road Home. But I also want to thank Anthony for stopping by as well. Really appreciate everybody, you know, just taking the time to listen to us and, you know, add to the conversation. But Baron, what do you have coming up on Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy?
Not much right now. Again, it's in holding patterns until, you know, something that's a person like to get taken care of. But hopefully Tuesday we will have our cranky old fans on the Phantom Hooligans. That's right, the Phantom Hooligans. That's Cash's abandoned channel. Gotcha, Cash. And that starts at 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, which would be 8 o'clock Pacific, where he lives. And it's general topic talks. It's not like Pop Talk or anything like that. We do pick a couple topics. They're not topical. And we discuss them. Usually about an hour-long show. And we hope you can join up because maybe a topic might interest you. Maybe, you know, what we're saying about it might interest you. And that's over at the Phantom Hooligans on Tuesday, 10 o'clock Central Standard Time, 8 Pacific. And other than being with you, and hopefully Friday we'll be fighting for the Emperor.
I hope so. We just have to hear from Cash Money 7 about that.
Yeah, we just have to beat the out of him. Yeah.
And there's a name change for you, Baron. Baron Orman Tagge's Fandom Legacy.
Hey. Watch it. Watch it there, Turtle Boy. Watch it, Turtle Boy.
And the whip cracks, yeah.
Yeah, no. Never gonna happen. Never. Just because your turtles tie you up and crack the whip doesn't mean I'm into that, okay?
I thought that's what Duchess does to you.
Well, with that tail, damn, yeah. Duchess and Honey, with their tails, how they whip those suckers around. And then, what's even worse is when she shakes her head with those big floppy hound ears of hers. My God, those things hurt when she starts shaking her head and you're close by. That is like getting hit with a whip.
And DJ says,
"You want a toxin?"
And DJ says, "Just trying to raise ratings. I care."
Yeah, you care. Yeah, he cares, folks. Yeah.
That's not what it... Well, gotta make them feel empowered.
Getting whipped makes me feel empowered. You.
Yeah, I think it's kinky.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to kink shame anybody if that's their thing, but it's not my thing. If anything, I'm a whipper, not whippy. Mush!
So he says, folks. So he says. I'll have to ask him about that.
He's talking about his turtle. He's talking about his turtles being powered. Yeah, well. Can you imagine DJ in a gimp hood, tied up all that, and the turtles are just...
Oh boy, that went into a weird direction.
Maybe they're wearing like little ninja over the eyes masks.
Yeah, colored bandanas, blue, red, orange.
Yeah, he only has 3. He needs a 4th.
DJ can wear the purple one. But anything else, Barrett?
I don't know. Other than, can you squeal like a turtle, DJ? No, other than that, nothing else.
All right.
Do turtles squeal? I know they can breathe through their ass.
You don't know. I've never tried to make a turtle squeal.
I never have. Well, I'm sure DJ tried. I'm sure he does. So, not only does he know that you can a turtle breathe through his ass, he probably knows if they can squeal or not. Back to you, Mike.
DJ says they hack. They make wheezing sounds. Wheezy and hissing. Never seen mine
Wheezy
do it.
From the Jeffersons? Wheezy from the Jeffersons? Oh.
But folks, as far as what's coming up on Pacific414 Tuesday, I'll be playing Mafia: The Old Country for the first time on stream. And that'll start at 5 p.m. Eastern time on both the YouTube and Rumble channel. And then Wednesday, we'll be back with another edition of Pop Talk, where we're going to talk about different articles, different topics. I don't know what we're going to talk about just yet, because I haven't scheduled Wednesday's show quite yet, because I'm still looking at articles for that show. But you'll know by tomorrow night what it's been decided upon.
Ooh.
And then we'll be back with a special Thursday edition of Pop Talk, and we're going to be giving our live reaction and commentary to the 2025 Game Awards.
I had so much fun last year. I even had to start it for Chase. He somehow dropped out and had to start. It's like, okay, fine, I'll start running it. But I just hope they have a cute girl on there like they did last year.
They probably will, Baron.
I hope so. That was the best part of the show, by the way. Her.
And I'm just gonna say this now, and I'll say it when I say two. Any musical acts, unfortunately, I'll have to mute the music because of copyright claims
and most importantly, they usually suck.
Any award show when they have the music performance, it doesn't always sound the best, or come from.
Did they have one last year?
Snoop Dogg.
But usually, Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg was the music performance last year.
Oh, geez, him and Harrison Ford sitting around geefing it up before the show. Oh,
hey, Snoop Dogg.
That explains a lot.
You got any more of that, Snoop?
Here, try some of mine. It's called Harry Wookie.
If you give me some, I'll let you fly my plane.
You know, I was flying my plane while on this stuff, and I landed on a golf course.
But folks,
I bet you that's exactly what happened. He was flying high, and it's like, oh, put it down here.
Probably. But folks, thanks again for being here. If you haven't done so, make sure you shared out the stream, hit the like button, follow and subscribe to Baron Orman Tagge and his Phantom Legacy, and also follow and subscribe to Cash, even though he wasn't here today. Follow and subscribe to him. This way you can hear him say, you know what really grinds my gears during Cranky Old Fans Tuesday night. And also,
did you
follow and subscribe to?
Did you even believe that he was going to come? Did you believe? I didn't believe he was going to come.
Nah. He probably had a late night. But also follow and subscribe to our guest from last night's The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion. All great folks. And until then, everybody, remember two things here on the channel. I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. And don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And I'm going to add a third one. Stand up for what you believe in. Never give up. Never surrender.
There we go.
There we go. Take care, all.
Bye.
Autobots, transform and roll out.